Yeah, wording is a science.
Do you have an agenda? Paper agenda. I'm sending them an agenda.
You can't park there. You can't park all night. Actually, we know he's not showing the right to park until she's telling over. We'll give you a chance.
Yeah, she's got it. No RD come from our accounting. Appreciate you, man. All right, take care. Bye. You too. Bye-bye.
Sit up here for your speaking. Let me say you, whoever speaking.
Yes.
Yeah, if you got something on the agenda you gotta speak on, you gotta sit up there. I'm sorry, I, multiple things going on, you know how it is.
Yeah.
Can I sit next to you, do you mind?
I've considered this was your seat.
Well, thank you, thank you.
Yeah. In,
How are you?
I've been out of, but I still know you've seen me around.
Yeah, I'm good to see you back over here. You know, I won't mess with you, man. How you doing? Behaving yourself?
No, sir.
Yeah, me neither, me neither.
Leave me alone.
Yes, this one.
You know what to ask for.
Exactly.
Oh.
Right. Ask for it, don't get it. I'm too old to be playing with
I
that.
know that's right. They keep poking the bear, they gonna get a
Right.
reaction.
Y'all do their homework. Don't come to me, look.
And they gonna make you.
Yeah, it's been a busy day.
Man, tell me about it.
Donna, what do you got? Oh, okay. Is it on the consent agenda? No. Oh. I said if it's on the consent agenda, you won't. I've got a lease up there, and I think it's on the consent agenda. Had nothing to do but sit back and listen to folks speak. How many months is in the room? Tangle web. What? What? What?
Okay. Sure was. Are you a dog person?
Yes, I do. Tell me about the dog.
It looks like a freaking step on. We just got it yesterday. It's a boy. There is a woman that breeds and she breeds for Jennifer talked to her kids. Jennifer just reached out. It's our dog. Yeah, he had pictures. But she's been inquired. She wouldn't never answer that. And she brought that dog out. It was really nice. And she charges $20,000. Outrageous.
So is this?
It is a miniature poodle. And he is, look, I got a video of him. My son had him out there in the yard, and he looked like a sheep bounding in a cartoon. I didn't get a good video of it. He's kind of, yeah, he kind of looked like a little sheep.
Rabbit.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, she.
But, yeah, we were having a good time.
They already got his tail cut and everything.
Our last poodle, I told Jennifer, I said, I thought his tail was long. But they must do it at birth.
Yes, they got
Okay.
to.
We were trying to figure that out. Sammy had his tail. He was
It's a lot more,
okay. Yeah, we never got our other one. Our other poodles gave to us from a friend. I mean, this has been 30 years ago, 20 years ago. But it had its tail. I'm trying to figure it out. I guess there's what.
sit there with our, I wanted to get her like a little crib and playing games. But the dogs are so expensive right now.
Yeah, the dogs are massively expensive.
You can't expect to find a good deal on one unless you're gonna get scammed.
Yeah, you're not going to do a good deal. Our English lab that we had one that died, he lived to be 9. And when we got him in 2016, I paid $1,800. And I think now close to it. You can find it. It's crazy. But she says she's getting between 2,500 and 300. She only had one, that she had more of it. I'm running out of business.
Hello, how are you? Listen, what that mean? Did I move it?
Oh, is that? I'm on. Yeah, the thing is, my process. And I was getting at the cash, I know you should, I know you should, I'm still sitting here. I didn't say anything, so I said. Because we just want to have that baby. Yeah, we're supposed to have that baby.
How you doing?
How are you?
Good to see you.
Yes, ma'am. Good to see you. I don't know if I've seen it. Okay. So you got the words about 7. What's up, bud? How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Hanging there. Mr. Dunn.
What ward is it?
He's still across the way. He could have him stop the show. You mean, because you ain't gonna be back. I did get your email. I can't call you because you busy. I had to email you that time. I said, I know why we not meeting. And I understood it. And my son is not on work anymore. So if you send it to comments, I would have got it. It's JackieKey130@gmail.com. Hey, committee.
Hey, how you doing?
JackieKey130@gmail.com. No, I had to email you so you get my email. I knew you was there. Right.
You want me to come?
What is that?
I'm back. Just.
They don't make this convenient.
Just go ahead.
John, that's what I'm about to do.
Yeah, this one good. Pass that side to me. I'll try to hook it into this chair. Thank you.
Well, I don't have to, but when I'm sleeping, they were it's I'm saying I had a bunch of them. So.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
It's a little warm in here.
Go over and bump it down twice.
Oh, is it?
That little white
Okay.
box.
Okay, I ain't know I had
Are
access to it.
you hot?
Oh, they were talking about it over there.
So look at it real quick.
Hey guys, thank you for everybody being here tonight. I need everybody to like move in if you have a seat signs because we have a few more coming up. I know we're gonna be full in here tonight and I want everybody to be able to see in here. So we can get everybody in. So if you have a seat sign, I need to slide together.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I didn't.
Oh, no, you're fine. Oh, you're fine.
How you feeling? Huh? Yes, I'm doing good. To the original call for the list of I didn't do it this year. I had some of everybody.
What's up, man? Good to see you. I'm glad. I'm glad. I think I got to get back there.
I see you.
That's what I was. Yeah.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. You got some stuff up
Yes,
there.
yes, sir. I'm like, hey, I got it. Yeah. I want to get you. I'm gonna get you. Yeah. Real. Okay. All right. Okay. Appreciate it.
Sit right there. You sit down, you better sit right there. Like, go sit back there. One right here.
There's only one.
There's only one right there.
Hey.
He said, baby.
You want here too?
It's just this one. It's just this one.
Just somebody in there.
I'll take that even.
I call to order the regular scheduled meeting of the city of Rockingham. This time I'd like for everybody to please stand and observe a moment of prayer. Thank you. I'd like to ask City Clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Knight.
Here.
Blackwell.
Here.
Robertson.
Here.
TJ Walker.
Here.
Daughtridge.
Here.
Harris.
Here.
Javaris Walker.
Here.
We have 100% attendance. Okay, this time, I'd like to receive a motion for consideration of the minutes of the regular scheduled city council meeting, which was held on January 26th, 2026. For a motion to approve as written. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Harris, is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Councilman Daughtridge. Is there any for discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Minutes are approved as written. This time, I'd like to consider any additions or deletions to the agenda. I've been informed that we have two additions that we would like to make. One is the revised fiscal year 26 budget ordinance. And the second item is a resolution identifying the upcoming fiscal year 27 reductions. Are there any other items that need to be added or deleted? We'll make these items 17 and 18 at the end of the agenda. If you guys approve, I will need a motion though to add these to the agenda. Is there a motion? Motion made by Councilman Knight. Is there a second?
Second.
Who's the second? Second by Councilman Harris. Is there any for discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. So now item 17 and 18. So item 17 will be the revision of the 26 fiscal year 26 budget ordinance. That will require 5/7 of the vote. And then item 2 is the resolution identifying the upcoming fiscal year 2027 reductions. At this time, I'll turn the meeting over to our city manager, Elton Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to begin by highlighting an upcoming community event. On Friday, March 27th, the Imperial Center will host an evening celebrating the music of Motown, featuring a special tribute to gospel legend Richard Smallwood, along with performance honoring several other iconic artists. Next, I would like to recognize an outstanding achievement by students in our community. Northern Nash High School boys basketball team recently captured the 3A state championship in an overtime victory, marking the school's first state title since 1968. This accomplishment reflects not only athletic excellence, but also discipline, teamwork, and perseverance. The city looks forward to recognizing the team and coaching staff in person at our upcoming evening meeting. Lastly, I want to highlight a significant advancement in our financial management efforts. In collaboration with our technology service department, we have developed a centralized financial dashboard that provides real-time visibility into expenditures across the organization. This tool enhances transparency, supports more informed decision-making, and strengthens accountability. The dashboard is currently in its pilot phase for council and internal users, with plans for a future public rollout. I would like to commend the technology services team for the hard work and continued commitment to improving operations in our service. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Does anyone have any questions or comments for our manager? Yes, sir. Councilman Walker.
Mayor, I want to thank Chief McCoy and Animal Patrol. The other day when the city of Winterville had an emergency where the police department and Animal Patrol stepped in to help them with the issue. So I want to say thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, this time we will move on to a presentation. I'd like to make this presentation to Cornelia McGee Anthony, and it's a proclamation of the city of Rockingham, which I'll read here. Whereas the week of April 6th through 10th of 2026 has been designated as the National Community Development Week by the National Community Development Association to celebrate the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and is now in its 51st year, and the Home Investment Partnership Program, HOME, now in its 34th year. And whereas the CDBG program provides annual funding and flexibility to local communities to provide decent, safe, and affordable housing, a suitable living environment, economic opportunities to low income and moderate income people. And whereas the home program provides funding to local communities to create decent, safe, and affordable housing opportunities for low income people. And whereas over the past 5 years, our community has received more than $3.147 million in CDBG funding and $3.524 million in home funds, which were used to support the following activities: construction of Ravenwood Crossing Advanced Street homes, single-family rehabs and repairs, down payment assistance, funding for nonprofit agencies and small businesses to prevent, prepare, and respond to COVID-19, and funding to serve Rocky Mount residents by partnering with local nonprofit agencies. Whereas the city of Rocky Mount remains committed to leveraging federal resources through CDBG and Home Investment Partnership Program to implement innovative projects, promote equitable development, and build a more prosperous future for all of our residents. Now, therefore, I, as the mayor of the city of Rocky Mount, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as a Community Development Month in the city of Rocky Mount in support of both CDBG and home funding programs in cooperation with the Fair Housing Month held April 1st through the 30th of 2026. I encourage all residents to support community development activities throughout the year because of vibrant communities provide the foundation for a high quality of life for residents. A witness hereof, I have hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Rocky Mount, North Carolina to be affixed this 23rd day of March of the year 2026. Thank you.
And 1, 2.
Okay, that brings us to item number 8 on our agenda, which are petitions to be received from the public. This is an opportunity for public comment, and we thank you for coming to the city council meeting tonight to share your views. We value all citizen input. Speaker comments are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes during the comment period. And at the conclusion of 3 minutes, each speaker shall leave the podium rather. Comments must be directed to the full board and not to an individual board member or staff member. Although the board is interested in your comments, speakers should not expect any comments, action, or deliberation from the board on any issue raised during the public comment period. In the board's discretion, it may refer issues to the appropriate city officials or staff for further investigation. If an organized group is present to speak on a common issue, please designate one person to present the group's comment, which shall be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. This time, I'd like to invite Linda Daltridge Ruffin to the podium.
My name is Linda D. Ruffin. I live on the corner, or I own the property on the corner of Springfield Road and US 64 alternate near the fairground. I live in a house that my daddy built in 1949. And we were fine, but in 83, the city limits moved and took us in. So now I buy my gas, my water, sewer, police protection, garbage pickup, and water runoff, whatever that is, from the city. Well, I know we're in trouble, and some things may go away. If the water goes away, I have a well that furnishes 70 gallons a minute. If the police protection goes away, I've got a knife. If the trash pickup goes away, I got a truck. The gas, I would have to buy a tank, I suppose, because I don't think I could heat my house with my charcoal buckets. I listened to every minute of that meeting y'all just had. And I understood a lot of the presentations, but not every one of them. But I see we're in a dire situation. And the manager said something that gave me a thought that I'd already had, but then when he said this, I thought, well, maybe it could work. He said there were some empty offices in this building. Well, you know, it cost a lot to run that other building we're in, the heating, the air, the maintenance. I wonder if everybody could be put back in one building. And I know that would be a sacrifice, but you know, we're gonna have to sacrifice some things. And I know people wouldn't want to share offices, but that might be a way of saving money for this city. It seems like a logical way to save some money, because the cost to run that building is probably quite a lot. And like I said, we're gonna have to make sacrifices because of the trouble we have, but I do not think this burden should fall on the residents of this city. Thank you.
All right. I understand this is an emotional situation. I understand a lot of folks want to participate. This is a business meeting. We have 33 folks who want to speak. In order to keep this moving, I'm going to ask everybody to please refrain from clapping, holding signs, or creating any other disruption. And so if I could have your cooperation on that, that would be greatly appreciated. And to that, sir, if I don't, then I will ask that the auditorium be cleared on individual offenses as needed. So with that, I'm going to invite Crystal Weems Anderson to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Crystal Weems Anderson, and we are here today because the people of Rocky Mount are tired. They're tired of higher bills, tired of watching families struggle while costs keep rising. Every year, it feels like someone is passing the plate to the same people, the residents who are already doing their best to make ends meet. Tonight, we pass that plate back. If everyone could pass their plate to the end of the world, if you have one. This isn't about politics. This is about fairness. It's about transparency. And it's about making sure the voices of the people in this community are heard. And if we can't let our voices be heard, the least we can do is stand. We love the city, we want it to succeed, but success should never come on the backs of residents who are already stretched thin. So tonight, we stand together. We stand together tonight. We raise our voices together, and we say clearly, enough is enough. The people of Rocky Mount deserve better, and that better starts with providing opportunities for them to be heard. Public input at 10 a.m. is not feasible for citizens who bear the burden and their input of their opinion. Again, 10 a.m. is not feasible. I'm asking for a motion to adjust to a more community-friendly timeframe. And if you could politely collect our plates at the end, because at the end of the day, we're done doing our fair share. And it's time for the city to pick up their fair share. Again, what are we doing? We've been passing the plate. And so what are we saying? We've already paid.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Pamela Lucky to the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Lucky. I am a taxpayer. I live in Maryland, but I have property here. My property, taxes went up, but from 2021, when I first started paying taxes, due to the death of my aunt, my brother lives in my home now. The utility bills, everybody, well, you already know about that. Utility bills double, and I don't understand, if you're paying $300, how can it be 600 the next month? I don't get that, so, and that's the other day, which was with you guys from, on Thursday, through the whole meeting. And it was very interesting, all the numbers that you're throwing out mean nothing to us. We don't understand that, even the breakdown. Another concern I have is there a ceiling on rent or rent control? You have people now here in Rocky Mountain that I know of that are moving back in with relatives because they can't afford to pay the rent. And I don't understand that. Every place have a ceiling. People here are not making the money like you do in Washington DC and New York, so they should be paying rent that costs them $800 and $1,000. Okay, third, I really feel like the councils should actually, I don't know if you do this already, but speak with the people in your ward and hear from them, not as a group like this, but sometimes one-on-one. Because they do come out and they want to know. I know I do. I'm in Maryland. I'm here. I drove here this morning because I wanted to make this meeting. So I'll be watching it.
Thank you, Ms. Lucky. I'd like to invite Shauna Hampton to the podium.
Hello, Eva Barr. To those who celebrate as we lead up to Passover and Easter in the Christian and Jewish traditions, may we all find the true source in each of our traditions we choose to celebrate. Another milestone of sorts for me is my upcoming 1-year anniversary to Rocky Mountain. April 17th, my daughter's 22nd birthday. In honor of this anniversary, I thought I would share a few things I've come to love about Rocky Mountain. I love that the blank enclosed space, Smith Community Garden, the dog park became an apiary, and that Rocky Mountain hosted its first beekeeping festival at the Imperial Center. Did you know that the city trained many local people to become beekeepers for free? I love that you decided not to close the Imperial Center. It was definitely a selling feature for me. I love it that I found authentic shawarma and a food truck that took me back to the streets of Oman, where I currently have many friends, now in a war zone in the Middle East. I love it that my bills are consolidated into one bill, and I don't have to pay for utility individually, and there are no monthly and biannual HOA administered like I did in Triangle. So I do have to pay both city and county taxes as opposed to just county. I only heard of Rocky Mountain through the media and the Triangle, mainly NPR. I decided to check it out over 2 weekends. Not long after I moved here, when I came to learn the financial struggles in Rocky Mountain. I'm not here to tell you how to fix this mess. I'm sad to learn it could be certainly you're complicit in messing up this mess. All I'll say is that I certainly hope none of you are simply lining your pockets. I'm here to tell you what I see, and many people in Rocky Mountain from an outsider perspective, in my limited purview, walking mostly around the city and chatting with folks here and there and getting to know my neighbors. I see a lot of hurt. I see a lot of loneliness. I see a lot of people on very senior threats financially. There's no doubt energy prices will continue to rise and consumers will need to adjust accordingly over time in a sustainable timeline for residents. Due to this war in the Middle East, I believe the citizens of Rocky Mountain are going to be faced with what experts believe will be massive on-mill bill spikes and increased food prices. As this war is tragically unfolded in the worst way possible, according to Obama's war game strategist and my armchair education, living and working most of my life in other countries. I do not believe most citizens of Rocky Mountain can afford another energy hike so soon. After our last energy hike to make up for the city deficit, I ask you to vote no on increasing energy expenses for residents. Please find another way. Thank you. Let me know if you need some help with that awesome data dashboard, creating visuals to help residents understand where money is going. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Regina Townsend to the podium. After Ms. Townsend will be Ruby Silver.
I was to several meetings that you have had, and not one time have you, when you run a business, you have chain of command. You not, you have not opened up the books to let us know the coming in and the going out. There is no business that can run without knowing what's coming in and what's going out. What budgets, you had all your managers stand up here, but you never said what their budget was for, from 1 year, 12 months to the next. You never said that. Whether the sanitation get $50,000 for parts, for that, whatever they get for $50,000 for 12 months. You never broke it down, but you want us to eat it. You never broke down the coming in and the going out. Did one of the councilmen ask you, how much does it cost to have an Independence Day? You threw it off the top of your head, $20,000 for fireworks. You never said the rest of the venue that goes along with the fireworks. You never threw it out Juneteenth. What does it take to run Juneteenth? You never come back with coming in and going out. Every business has a coming in and going out. If you don't, you're gonna fail. You have to have a coming in and going out. You want us to understand that we're in a dire need. How do we get there? You're okay, we say that. But we want to know, put it on that board up there, what each department get for 12 months, what the coming in of that department is for coming in for 12 months. What the going out is for 12 months. If we sell plastic to China, how much did we get?
Right.
You never said. You had your department manager stand up here and say we sell plastic to China. What we get? You don't have no coming in and going out. You didn't break open the book. When you go to the bank, they may put that thing on the computer and he said what's coming in. You got $20,000 at the beginning of the year. Okay. You bought $20 worth of bags. You bought whatever. What's your going out? You never opened that book. You never did. This is a business. And you need to let us know what's coming in and what's going out. You have not. Only thing you want us to know is what you're not gonna have, what you're not gonna do, and what will not be. But you never open that book. You never. Now you be cool and come out of a bag on me, it really doesn't matter. But I'm just telling you, you open that book. Told us what we were not gonna do, you were not gonna get. But you never broke down each and every department, what every department gets something for 12 months. You never broke it open. Never. That's all I gotta say. And then another thing, we cannot afford
Ms.
another
Townsend.
15 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. I will point out the new dashboard should help you in some of the requests that you're looking at. It will also help council as well. We've been asking the same thing. I would like to invite Ms. Ruby Silver to the podium.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ruby Silver, and I would like to thank the community development for helping me fix up my house and make it more safely to live in. The community development department runs a good program. We need to keep this just like it is. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate it. And there's another lady back there feel the same way. They worked on her house too. Saturday, I got this, and this is why a lot of people might be getting confused. I got 2 light bills Saturday. I usually get my light bill on the 11th or no later than the 12th. This is the same identical light bill for the same price, everything. So maybe that's why a lot of people are going around saying they got 2 and 3 light bills. Because another lady called me and said she got 3, the same price. Got them in the mail Saturday. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Dr. Coop to the podium.
Good afternoon. After watching the two-day retreat, I concluded that number one, the city's fiscal crisis is from gross negligence by council, lack of oversight, and an intentional obstruction by some council members with timely investigation of the misdeeds of the previous city manager. Also, such a huge hole in the budget could not have been missed by the many top echelons of management. Transparency and accountability by the city authorities have really hit a new low. Number two, we do not need the state auditors and local government commissions to say the obvious. It is there for all of us to see, bar the details. It would be disastrous for the city if it is put into receivership. Clearly, the state commission has neither the interest nor incentive to govern our city for our benefit. Receivership is the punishment for a city poorly run, and we all will pay the price. Number three, the unnecessary and unprovoked war by our government of Iran has caused the price of fossil fuel energy to skyrocket, and many pumping stations will take this opportunity to mark up the price of gas, while the USA boasts of self-sufficiency in this resource. Number four, for the past 3 to 4 months, citizens were upset over our exorbitant utility bills, many of which exceeded over $1,000 a month. Thus, raising our utility bills now is pouring gasoline on an already hot fire. Together with cutting many other services, people and businesses will leave this city, and it will decrease our tax base, and it will cause a spiraling, self-defeating move. Number five, rather than punishing us, why doesn't the city sell off many of its assets to make up for the shortfall? Recalibrate all the six-figure salaries of management, and don't say furlough because a job that you say are furlough will be gone realistically. And number six, once you're back on your feet, you need to think strategically over what some of the fundamental mistakes and weaknesses of the city. Rocky Mount and many members of Tampa are held hostage by Duke Energy and Piedmont. You need to deal with that. Make the city's energy self-sufficient and plentiful. And if energy is cheaper, it will not only benefit our citizens, but will attract businesses looking for affordable energy costs. The city then do not need to give subsidies or tax breaks to attract development. You need to establish a steady stream of income without milking or squeezing the citizens to death. And by the way, I heard about what they call balcony solar, which is allowed by legislature in many states that people can use to plug into small solar panels on their balconies or their patios.
Thank you, Dr. Coop. This time I'd like to invite Tasha Aldridge to the podium.
Before the 3 minutes, I would like to ask to make sure city council is paying attention, and please put your phones down. Please, listen to us. I'm here today because the numbers that we're seeing don't just raise questions, they demand answers. Over the past year, we've watched overspending escalate at a pace that should concern every single person responsible for safeguarding the city's finance. What makes it worse is not just the amount, but the pattern. Costs aren't simply increasing, they're being shifted, they're being reclassified, and at times they're being obscured. One of the clearest examples is the use of our enterprise funds. These funds are supposed to operate with discipline, supported by user fees and managed with long-term stability in mind. Instead, what we're seeing is more like they're being treated as a convenient backstop and a personal bank account to absorb pressure from the budget. The approach may solve a short-term problem, but it's going to create a long-term consequence for taxpayers and the financial health of the city. Maybe the enterprise departments need to take control so the checks and balances can occur and have the focus back on the people. We're also seeing inconsistencies in the numbers. Figures change from adopted to revised, with large swings, especially in administrative cost. Those aren't minor adjustments. Those are millions of dollars moving without clear and consistent explanation. When numbers move that much, transparency isn't optional, it's required. And that leads to another concern with the lack of full disclosure. Council cannot make informed decisions if the information provided is incomplete, delayed, or frayed in a way that minimizes the real impact. Clear data should not require interpretation or translation. It should stand on its own. There's also been a tendency to twist language, calling reallocations adjustments, or shifting costs in a way that make overspending harder to see. But changing the label doesn't change the reality. The money's being spent. There's also been an illegal taking of the 2025 longevity to date. That action now has been confirmed by speaking to a business attorney. If that decision can be backed by the proper legal authority, it raises serious concerns about both the processes affecting employees and the citizens. Finally, I want to be clear on something else. This council does not need the majority vote to request information from the city manager. You can see it in the general statutes and the Rocky Mount Charter. Each of you have the authority and the responsibility to ask questions, request documentation, and demand clarity. That's not just your right, it's your public duty. This is about accountability and transparency, and most importantly, it's about ensuring that the financial decisions made today don't create bigger problems tomorrow. We instruct our children to ask questions, so why are we as adults, we're expected to be any different? And another point, as they talk about
Thank you,
financial.
Ms. Aldridge. Thank you. I'd like to invite Mary B. Berry to the podium.
Okay, I don't want anybody to try to shut me down on this. I'm gonna do it very politely. But at one of our last meetings, a member made a statement. I'm not gonna name his name because you said that's not allowed. And he challenged the public to answer his questions. And I'm choosing to do that now. I will do it politely. I never owned a slave. My parents never owned a slave. My grandparents never owned a slave. My great-grandparents never owned a slave. We were sharecroppers until my generation. And when that's used as a reason for not paying your fair share of utility bills, that should be an offense, not just to me, but to everybody in this room. Because it wasn't just this white woman who got 5 bills in 3 months. But there were a lot of Black individuals in this community who also got it. But apparently they don't fall under your category of people who should get away without paying bills. And I just think to myself, that's a lot of money. $47,000 would go a long way. Wiping out the problems that we have right now. I mean, I live alone and don't use that much power. I didn't have heat this winter or an air conditioner last summer because it's broken. But somehow in 3 months, I managed to get $1,500 worth of power bills. And as a taxpayer, I didn't appreciate the fact that my house payment is now going up by $100 a month due to taxes. So please, you guys, you were voted in to take care of us, not to make money off of us. Please do what you were voted in to do.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. I'd like to invite Earl Jones to the podium.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Earl Jones, Ward 6, child of God, proud Navy veteran, retired state employee, and voice for the citizens of Rocky Mount. I've spoken to you 5 times. The utility billing disaster is in its 98th day. That's 14 weeks with no answers. That's unacceptable. Let me refresh your memory. I want 3 things. Number 1, a guaranteed 12-month calendar. 13, not 14, I want 12 for all of us. 2, council's treatment of citizens is abhorrent. It needs a reset. Enough said. Number 3, issue refunds for non-metered services. You overbilled us for in December. During the special meeting last week, the Public Works Director called the refuse rate a monthly fee. If you don't believe me, rewind. Okay, so in 2025, you charge us 13 times for that monthly fee. You overbilled us, regardless of what you say. In this time of financial crisis, you expect us citizens to accept a 15% utility rate increase. We're supposed to be in this all together. Your words, not mine. Right? If we are expected to pay a 15% increase, then let's make this a truly shared, painful experience. And you match that with a 15% decrease in budgeted city expenditures. You can start with cuts to the salaries from the city manager on down and go from there. Now, the LTC told you to cut discretionary spending. I saw it on TV. Some council members want to reserve funding for summer camps. Unfortunately, summer camps are discretionary. I love children too. They're discretionary. If that upsets you, you have no one to blame but yourself. The 7th commandment is thou shalt not steal. Our great state auditor, Dave Oak, is not done yet. His words. Okay? To that I say, a word to the wise is sufficient. If you don't know what that means, look it up. A wise woman I followed from Rocky Mount summed up the audit results very well. She said, the gravy train is over, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I'd like to invite Carolyn Taylor to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Taylor. And the reason I'm here today.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. Is that, it was mentioned that the gentleman who was in charge before created this mess. And my question is, why isn't he held responsible for all of this? I haven't seen anywhere that he's been held accountable. He's been asked to pay back. Nothing. So, I also had, let's see, the mayor now and all the councilmen. I haven't heard any of you say that your jobs will be affected in any way. Salary cut, money out of your pocket. excuse me, you're trying to vote 15% citizens. I can't afford it. I cannot afford it. And even if the bills did come to you, I still haven't heard any of you say you would be held responsible for cuts concerning me. That's it.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Reginald Barnes to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reginald Barnes. I just wanted to say, I'm unable to pay this electric bill. It's far higher than I ever known it to be. The electric bill that I received, it was not a copy. It was duplicate. It was double than what normal. It's usually a 300 to 400. Now it's in the thousands. So I don't know what it is they're doing to make things up, but I just feel it's not the right way. And I hope things get back together as it was. When I first moved here, it was known as City on the Rise. And I was wondering, where are we going? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to invite Frankie Black to the podium.
Thank you, gentlemen. My name is Frankie Black. And just wanted to make a couple quick comments, okay? I know that most of you were here over the last few years and wanted to ask you if you remember your fiduciary responsibilities to the citizens of the city of Rocky Mount. You know, and if you don't, I'm sure that you can Google it. And I'm sure that you'll find out that there are some legal resources as to what happens. That if you don't remember what that fiduciary responsibility is, that you're supposed to look out for the citizens of Rocky Mount. That also means that instead of looking towards the citizens to pay the consequences of what you all did not catch over the last few years or months, such as purchasing a property that cannot be used for a casino and probably won't be in this lifetime, even though there are lots of gambling opportunities. It could be used for something else and maybe could be done by a developer and could be purchased and could offset the budget. Purchasing property or equipment is totally ridiculous to the city. A remote control lawnmower, I mean, give me a break. Overpaying salaries. $100,000 to do a repair, a patch job on the street. You're not being transparent. The city isn't. The dashboard, when is that dashboard going to be ready? It should have been done years ago. Cities that are smaller than you have a dashboard. Cities publish in the newspaper total breakdowns, even to the postage stamp that they lick and send out. Don't do this to your citizens that sent you to this seat that you're in. This is a shame. You should have gotten ahead of this, way ahead of it, when that person was sitting there, or
any of these people. And furthermore, you shouldn't be in a business that is a contributor when you are a councilman. Thank you.
I think what I'm gonna do now is we're just gonna move on to the meeting. We'll come back, public hearing at the end. So, ask that we not make this a interactive thing so we could get through it. However, I do have in my discretion to do that in the meeting. So this time we're gonna move on to item number 9, which is the consent agenda. I'm looking for an approval, motion to approve the consent agenda, which is inclusive of the temporary street closing, releases, resolutions, and acknowledge the receipt of annexation petition, and approve the memorandum of understanding between the Rocky Mountain Police Department and the Nash County Public Schools. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Second made by Council. Motion made by Knight and then Daughtry. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Item number 10 is a public hearing relative to the proposed closing of a portion of Pine Haven Drive between Evergreen Road and Edward Street. This time we'll receive public comment on this particular matter. We're going to postpone action until April 13th at the City Council meeting. So this time I'd like to invite any member of the public who's here who wishes to speak on the matter of the closing of a portion of Pine Haven Drive and Evergreen Road and Edward Street. Is there any member of the public here who wishes to speak on this particular matter?
Can we ask what it's being closed for?
Do we have somebody who stands to speak to? Okay.
Don't even close something, don't even know what it's about. You all looking at each other.
We do have a staff where I was gonna try to address it, but Donald was in item number 10, found it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Donald Perry, Director of Engineering. And we are closing, or potentially this vote is coming up, we're closing the street because someone petitioned the city for street closure and provided all the proper documents except for the easement. I can't say exactly, don't know exactly why they asked for it to be closed. But I will say that I do think the area will look better after it's closed. Right now, it's an unopened right of way that has trees and vines and everything growing on it. And I think afterwards it will be more clear. And we also have a sewer line that runs down through there, and we will be able to access that sewer line a lot easier. And that will be for us.
So this is, in essence, a street that is unpaved, that is on our plan. And the petition is to remove that street from ever being developed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So right here it is Pine Haven Drive.
Right.
Anyway, it's an unopened right of way.
It's short, it will help us get access for our public easement that we're trying to get across that area. Sure.
So basically, it's Pine Haven Drive, just like Manager Daniel said, and right now it's pretty much covered in woods and stuff. So it's an improvement for us, and it was petitioned.
And I just need confirmation. I'm sorry. If you remember, you like to speak to this matter, your podium is open to you. At this time, though, I just want to make sure this has been duly noticed and publicized. So is there any member of the public who wishes to speak on this particular matter? The podium is yours.
Yes, I asked a question that I hear in the audience. How much is this going to cost the city?
Closure will cost the city nothing.
And will it be used for anything else as far as the access road? Do you have to tear down any trees in that area?
I believe this is for private development, but again, it's still to the notice. If you have anything, an opinion on it, it'd be great. I'd love to hear it. Otherwise, is there any other member of the public here who wishes to speak? Hearing none, I'll close the, public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
The development that you're talking about is over by every school.
It appears so, yes, ma'am.
You have already cleared it off. It's viney. The houses that you're looking at are on the opposite side of the street. What is the development for? Because it is a ditch a little bit more further down. So what is it for? Give me an understanding, because it's already clear.
That's a legal matter.
That's right.
And there are things that, and I'm trying to hold my peace because I'm not
Okay.
determined.
I'm trying to
But
understand.
I also want people to understand that in the planning process, there are some things that must be disclosed. There are other things that do not have to be disclosed. And we have to deal with what the letter of the law says for us, but this is the attorney, I just asked him to explain it. I just want you to know, Ms. Counsel, we're not trying not to answer questions.
Oh, I'm just trying to understand, because it is by the school.
That's
I was
right.
just, it is clear. I was just trying to
Yes,
understand.
ma'am.
Would it be close off the street by the school, close to the school? Because there is a highway or
Mr. McGrath, I'll give you the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Blackwell. So as Mr. Perry noted, this is we set this for hearing. We're considering the street closure based on a petition from an adjacent property owner. Any property owner can petition the city to close public right of way that is not in use, where the closure would not be detrimental to any individual's right of access to their property. As Mr. Perry's walked through, this is really a paper street. It is not constructed as a street. The city does have a sewer line that runs through it. Finalizing that easement to protect the city's rights and interests in the sewer line is the purpose of rolling action to the next meeting. But it really doesn't change the nature of the request. This request is separate and apart from the planning process. This request does not change the zoning or the allowable uses on the property. Whatever could be built there today could be built there tomorrow based on the street closure alone. So the street closure is really just to close the public right of way that, again, in this case was not, doesn't appear to have been constructed like the rest of the surrounding streets. And again, this is in response to a petition from adjoining property owner. As I understand it, it's not something that the city's initiated. And when we receive a petition that appears to meet the standards, we are required to set it for hearing.
But if you do close the street, it would be an advantage to the children, because Edward Street is a freeway. It would be an advantage to Edward School. It really would, for the safety of the children. And I really like that, because I pick my grandkids up, and it's a freeway on both sides of Edward and Edward Street. They're wide open. It would be an advantage to the children. It really would. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Robertson, I'll give you the floor.
I just want to know, is the person that petitioned it, are they in the audience, or can they speak to their desires?
Yes, ma'am.
That was one of my questions. Who's the person that made that petition? And also, how would it affect those individuals or the houses or whatever that's in the area that's around? Because usually in the area, they do things that end up being something else, but at the end of it, it started out one way and then something else is created. So I wanted to know who owns that property that's being,
Sure, I believe that the attorney's answer best answers that, but I'll ask Mr. Brazzi will add something to that.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilman Daughtry, let me get from.
Well, it says it in our.
Oh, does it? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
CB Aldridge.
CB Daughtry.
And the adjoining property owners of Bryant, the Housing Authority of Rocky Mountain.
So can you assure us that the person that made this petition is not gonna be the one that's gonna be benefiting from that taking place? Because a lot of times you have people make motion under petition, and then somehow in the end of it, they making $100,000, $200,000, and we have still the issue with utilities and, things are going on where we be. So can you assure us and guarantee us that these are individuals that's not gonna make any benefit at all by making this petition to get this closure done? They're not gonna have anything to gain out of it. Because we definitely are not.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak on the proposed closing of the portion of Pine Haven Drive between Evergreen Road and Street?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilman TJ Wong.
Thank you. I think one thing that may help the young lady that just spoke, there is still, there should be, unless it's already passed, there should be a public hearing for the actual rezoning of this property, and that may have already passed for the actual development. But in order to, I think what she was asking, in order to meet that developer, so you can have those conversations, there is a process where you actually can have access to meeting that individual or the representative from that developer. I'm not sure if that's already taken. I remember we had on our last agenda the actual rezoning for public hearing, so I'm not sure that's taking place.
I don't recall.
Okay.
Mr. Manager, do you? Okay. Well, the matter before us today.
He asked me a question.
Yes, sir. Councilman Knight. All right, the matter before us tonight is to receive public comment on the relative proposed closing of portion of Pine Haven Drive, Evergreen Road, and Edward Street. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak on this particular matter?
Well, he said that area was not going to be rezoned.
I have no intention, I have no idea if it's gonna be rezoned or not. What I know is that we have a public hearing tonight requiring the closure of a paper road that's currently on books, but it's not been paved. It's not been, made into a road. The permanent closing of that particular paper road, which happens to be between Evergreen Road and Edward Street. That's the matter before us tonight.
And I understand that, but TJ just mentioned that,
I think the question was, is there something else that's going to happen here? And TJ's point was, if there is a rezoning request, that'll come before it'll be duly noticed. You'll have a public hearing and you'll have the opportunity to speak to that. I have no knowledge of any rezoning request on the books, but that doesn't mean that there won't be that ask.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak on this matter? Here now, I'll close the public hearing portion. We will postpone action on this matter until the April 13th City Council meeting. That brings us to item number 11 on our agenda, which is consideration of request for the authorization to solicit for the purchase of one substation breaker to replace an existing damaged unit damaged by lightning and one additional breaker to maintain as a critical spare. The estimated cost is $125,000 and will be paid for by the electric fund. Final purchase will come before the City Council for approval after all necessary legal procedures are completed and proposals are received. For this time, I'll receive a motion to authorize the solicitation for purchase. Motion made by Councilman Daughtry. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Councilman Harris. Is there need for discussion? Councilman Robertson, I recognize.
Is there any insurance coverage or reimbursement available due to the light damage? It was struck by lightning, right? Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any additional insurance due to the damage of the that was caused by the lightning, but we're going through the bidding process now, and we'll make sure that anything we get would be insured through that process.
Just wondering, because of our financial situation, is this purchase emergency related due to emergency equipment damage? Can it be delayed at all until after we get?
I would like the Energy Resources Director speak to the necessity of this from an emergency standpoint. I do know that it is critical to our operation, which is why it was placed on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is a substation feeder breaker that is at all 12 of our substations. Currently, right now, we have 0 in stock due to the financial situation. So what this request is for is that we can put it out to bid. Once that bid comes back, it'll be brought back before y'all to vote for approval to replace it. Currently, as it stands, if another lightning strike were to hit any of our substation feeder breakers, we would have to shut that circuit down for a period of time. And just to give you an idea, these substation feeder breakers have about a 40-week lead time. So that's the reason why we're requesting the replacement and then a critical spare.
Yes, sir, Councilman Knight.
Question, I don't know if it was last year or several years, we had a situation that happened and, we needed to park, we couldn't get the park, I don't know if it was during COVID. And I think one of the questions asked by Councilman was why we didn't have, additional parks on Sierra Park. And the citizens were down for power for, I don't know how many hours, but it was due to, it's hard to get the park, so I think why do you want to have it, just in case if something happened. When the lights go out, you just call, ask a question, and hopefully we have that part so that the lights can go off at a much quicker time. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion, Councilman Harris? All right.
This one. Just a general observation. In the midst of a 40-week time period, if indeed we have another lightning strike, as you just indicated, what kind of impact will it have on the service to the constituents of our city and surrounding areas?
Sure, it would depend on the location, or, which particular substation. It would depend on how severely damaged the breaker was. Some breakers can be repaired, some cannot. I would like to also point out that this is a prime example of why we also have mutual aid agreements with not only the Kemper memberships, but also ATPA systems, so that in times of catastrophe, we can lean on our sister systems, other APPA systems, other Kemper members, other Electricities members. In dire need, we can borrow a breaker if it meets the specs. So in an emergency situation, as we're talking about, those are the routes that we would have to take if the failure ended up in a large outage that could not be fixed internally.
Well, I think that's good information for us council members to know as well as the public. One last thing, is someone pursuing potential insurance matter to see if there is any bit of potential recovery?
That would be in our risk management department.
Okay.
Central services, they would, anytime that we have any types of failures, we run those through that service, that department. And so they deal with the insurance companies there. We have to provide a certain amount of information every year. And so some things are just like with your homeowner's insurance, an act of God, and it's not covered. But then that is what is run by our central services department to determine whether it is reimbursable or not.
So once all the due diligence has been completed and you come back to us with the actual quote for the 2 units, you will inform us whether or not all efforts for insurance have been exhausted.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Manager, thank you for recognizing me. Mr. Manager, have we budgeted for this? Is this in the current budget?
Not this specific item, but they do have an allocation for emergency repairs, and that's what was located in the notes, that it is budgeted within their funds. That's correct.
Okay, I have a motion and I have a second. Is there a need for further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Item number 12 is consideration of authorization for payment to Tyler Technologies for Enterprise ERP annual license and support in the amount of $433,722.97, and Tyler Cashiering API the amount of $18,858.08, at a total of $458,581.05. This is critical to ensure no disruption in payroll, billing, revenue, finance, and human resource operations. This time, I'd like to ask for a motion to authorize the financial director to proceed with payment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Daughtridge. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Blackwell. Is there a need for further discussion?
Yeah.
Councilman, I'll recognize you.
We explored installment, because this is almost $500,000. Installment payment options, deferred payment options regarding this.
We have, and this is the installment payment.
Installment monthly.
Not monthly, but This is the annual amount that we have. This is the service contract for this, basically the city's mainframe as it relates to all of our human resources, all of our financial, all of our billing service. This is the backbone of that system, Tyler Technologies. Correct.
So the one-time license fee is $415,000.
That is correct.
Okay, and I saw in this, it's like almost $30,000 in sales tax. Can we recover that from the state?
We actually just received a sales tax from the state, within the last couple of days. And so it's not, designated specifically for this item, but we just received over $1 million in sales tax.
Okay, so this 29,798, do you think that we'll be receiving that back in this, recovering it from the state?
I will defer to the finance director on that particular item.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
We. We think we change states. We set this up as a receivable anyway, because we know that we will receive the sales tax back. So we actually don't expense it. I mean, it's that, we have to spend the money down, pay the money out just to get the money back. But, we don't, that doesn't even, come across our books as an expense, because as a local government, we have the ability to ask for all of our sales tax that we pay back. The state just wants it first.
Same question, Councilman Robinson.
Regarding this, non-essential motives or service, like that 400, almost $500,000, is there anything that we can build back from it? And do we use everything that's involved with
We
this?
use everything that is involved with this on a day-to-day basis. Again, this will be the equivalent of our mainframe for our technology services across all departments. Again, anything that you're going to have before you now and moving forward for the next several months will be deemed critical in nature. We will not be bringing any item from a capital standpoint or service contract standpoint that is not desperately needed.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Yes, sir. Councilman TJ Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I remember a few years ago, we talked about being able to gauge our contracts after certain years to make sure that we were being feasible with our contracts we have. And I see this is an annual one. About approximately how many years have we had this particular company? And do we maybe open this up for RFPs to open it up for license for other companies? How is that process with this particular company?
I don't know exactly how long the city has had Tyler Communications for their vendor. I do know that since I've been here since 2019, the city has used this one. But again, I don't know how long in total the city's had it, but I would imagine that it's been quite some time, even longer than that. Some of the people that's been here longer than I can possibly speak to that, but since I've known working with the city, it's been time.
Thank you. Yeah, I just remember a few years back, we wanted to make sure we were monitoring some of these contracts that we had for years to make sure that we were just being feasible in the countries. Thank you.
On that matter, I refer to the financial director. I do know my own experience in changing enterprise software. The expense is far beyond the software expenditure. It requires training. It requires running out the bugs, the mistakes, the errors that occur. We currently already have enough challenges. I don't think that to introduce another software would be wise at this moment, but of course, council gets to make that decision. So, do you have another question, Councilman?
Yes, regarding this contract in the company, I see it say net 30, the invoice is on the net 30. Have we spoken to them, see if we could, are they aware of our situation, see if we can negotiate paying them at a later time? Like maybe when we get more money in December or January, and see any way you could restructure the debt or restructure the payment with them?
We have not talked to them about it, but this is an annual fee we pay annually. Just like your Microsoft, if you have Microsoft, you pay a licensing fee.
same situation.
Okay, I have a motion, have a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay, motion is carried. Item 13 is consideration and recommendation for fiscal year 2025 to 2026 for the CDBG CV Public Service Awards for the Right Center in the amount of $6,818.29. These funds are provided by HUD CDBG CV funds. These do not include the taxpayer funds from the city of Rocky Mount. There is a request that we approve the recommendation funding request, authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the required documentation on behalf of the city. Is there a motion? Motion was made by Councilman Knight, seconded by Councilman Harris. Is there a need for discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. All opposed, like sign. Item 14 is consideration of recommendations for fiscal year 2025 and 2026 CDBG Public Service Economic Development Awards of $60,000. Yes, the grants go to Living Better Life LLC, amount of $30,000, and Ajon's Professional Solutions LLC for $30,000. These funds are provided by HUD CDBG funding, do not include city taxpayer funds. The request is that we approve the recommendation funding request and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute required documentation on behalf of the city. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman TJ Walker. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Councilman Blackwell. Is there a need for discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 15 is consideration of the joint interlocal cooperation agreement with Nash County, Nashville, and Rocky Mount for economic development to provide water and sewer services to Freedom Industries located in the city's utility service area at 400 East Spring Oak Road. Request a motion to approve the agreement, authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute on behalf of the city. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Daughtridge. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Councilman TJ Walker and Councilman Harris. Is there a need for discussion? Hearing none. Yes, sir. Councilman Robertson.
Are we committed to any infrastructure costs up front?
No, sir, that's in the agreement. We are not committed to any infrastructure costs. What we are committing to is, I think it's about 20, not us committing, but the company's committing to approximately 20 new full-time jobs in the area.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 16 are appointments for the Human Relations Commission, Ward 3. I understand that Darlene Spencer Harris has been nominated to the Human Relations Board for the Ward 3 representative. Is that the case, Councilman Robertson?
Yes.
Okay. I have a nomination. Is there a? All right, there's a second. Any need for discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Congratulations, Ms. Spencer Harris. Item 17 is the ordinance. I require this to require 5 and 7 vote. You want to go over this, Ms. Chamber, Ms. Spivey? Go over everybody has in their packet the numbers, but I think maybe some discussion is probably appropriate.
Sure. What you have in your packets are just the reductions that was discussed at the last couple of meetings that we had. This was a request that we did receive from the state with regard to amending the current fiscal year's budget. There are likely to be other reductions that we talk about for the upcoming fiscal year. And this kind of encompasses all the ones that we've had over the last few years. For example, elimination of the downtown grants, suspension of the 3% contribution for 401k, renegotiate in downtown major grant incentive grants that have not already started, elimination of non-essential travel, outside agency funding, reductions across the board to all outside agencies, things of that sort.
So the impact of this, the account reductions implemented proposed budget amendment will be $2,721,335. And the impact of the reductions through 6/30/26 is presented on March 19th of $1,868,640. Councilman Knight has moved to approve this. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Councilman, I missed that. Harris, sorry. Is there a need for discussion?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Councilman Robertson, I recognize you.
If we pass this tonight, it become a foregone conclusion that we're moving forward with a rate increase. Is that correct?
That is not correct. This doesn't have anything to do with the rates. This is talking about reduction of expenditures.
Okay, but this is the plan that you're gonna get to LGC with the rate, 15% rate increase, representing the savings, or the revenue?
Again, that is, have not been adopted by council yet. Whatever council adopts after the public hearing on March 30th is what we will present to the LGC.
Okay, my holdups are that I asked that we can have some input, you know, with the reductions that's going on, and I'm hearing that we won't have any input until 27 budget discussions. Is that correct?
That is not correct. Council has had input throughout the entire budgeting process. These documents, the line items that are listed in this are a direct reflection of the instructions that staff received from council. That is also to say that council will have options presented for fiscal year 27. At the end of the day, it is council's budget. Staff just recommends, and we don't mind, don't mind, we enjoy working with council and helping you all come to those conclusions. But again, it is council's adopted budget, not staff's.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
We already have a motion and a second,
Well,
and we have a discussion at this point in time.
I'd like to defer
I'm
this.
sorry, Councilman Robertson.
Go ahead.
I'd like to finish, please.
Go ahead.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to adopt the resolution ordinance as proposed, as written in your packet. We have discussion, and at this point in time, I'm gonna call for a vote. All those in favor?
I have a question, Mr.
I'm sorry, Councilman TJ Walker.
Councilman Harris. Thank you. I think, in lieu to where we are, I see we have possible elimination for renegotiation of some unstarted downtown major investment settlements. And I'm fine with supporting this motion, but I would ask that we amend that to not say possible elimination, but total elimination. Saying that we're eliminating downtown grants, I'm not sure how we are still even considering possibly possibly even renegotiating some agreements for some grants. So we're eliminating all downtown grants. We need to eliminate all downtown grants. And I would ask that we amend that.
How can you all do this without
So-
transparency?
I'm sorry, excuse me. Please ask that she be removed.
Oh,
I have a motion, I have a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, sir, Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to let the public know, in early September, we realized what our cash position was at that time. And at that time, with the work of the mayor and fellow council members, we started working on cost reduction in areas where things can be reduced. And a lot of these cost reductions discussions started way back then. As I said last Thursday, we're going to still continue between now and the end of this fiscal year, June the 30th, to see if there's any other cost savings we can incur. However, we are going to be taking a hard look at the budget of 26-27, beginning July 1, to see where more efficiencies can come. The manager last week discussed one of the areas that's going to be reviewed is how the city is structured from a management standpoint. I want the citizens to know, I said it again last Thursday. First of all, I did apologize last week. Okay? I said I had skin in the game and I'm sorry. So please remember, I did apologize.
Right.
I am going to commit to do what's in the damn best
Come on
interest
now.
of the city of Rocky Mount. And I apologize for using that word. But I'm committed. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna look at, because we are now going to be getting the requested financial information that we have not gotten in the past.
That's right.
Okay? So you can bank on it. Tom Harris is gonna fight for you. And I said last week, I look in a couple of years, we're gonna see some things happening that I'm gonna fight for rate reductions and decreases in property taxes. I voted against the property tax increase the last 2 years. I'm trying to look after you, and we got our job ahead of us, but by golly, I'm determined with the staff that we have in place, especially our finance director, Ms. Scotty, that we are going to do the things to make this city where all of us, not just us council members or staff, all of us want it to be. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other conversation? I guess the TJ Ball.
Yeah, I guess I make a motion to amend the language, in, this item with possible elimination.
We have a motion and a second.
I want to ask the manager to speak on that, because my understanding is on these, downtown incentive grants, that ones that have not started, the ones that we're eliminating, and the ones that have started, you're gonna try to negotiate, because there's signed legal documents, I believe, and I need you to expand on that, because that's my understanding, and that's the reason the language is in there. Is that accurate, Mr. Mayor?
That is correct. I currently have meetings scheduled actually this week with, other two property owners of the ones that have not started. But we do have signed agreements from all parties. And so in working with in conjunction with the city clerk's office, I think the ones that have not started may have, the time frame may have elapsed. And so we were working under that. But with regard to, the two that have not started, yeah, that is the plan. And the two that have started, they are on a reimbursement basis. So they don't get any funding until they meet certain milestones from the process, and they have to turn in receipts, and then the city reimburses from that.
And further, my question, for clarification, that you consulted with the city attorney on this, and he's involved as well.
We have, and he will be involved with any negotiation of current or new contracts.
Thank you.
And this is between now and June 30, which is in roughly 2 months.
That is correct. This is for this current fiscal year.
So
As we move into the next fiscal year, because we don't have a multi-year fund with regard to projects, which is something that we're looking at trying to develop, each current fiscal year you have to approve. So if there's something that is not currently have already been paid during this or hadn't finished being paid, you would be re-adopting that in the upcoming fiscal year's budget.
So, Colin, I have a procedural question. I have a motion and a second. I've had a request to amend the motion. Typically, I just ask the folks who made it originally, and if we agree with the language, they'll change it. This is a little bit different. So what would you advise?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, hang on, I've got a question for you.
Oh, I'll be cool.
Oh, you have the answer?
I do, but
Councilmember Knight, if you've got a thought, you're welcome to share.
The motion is already on the floor. We voted up or down, or I amend the motion, but listen to what the city manager just stated, and the question that Councilmember Daughtry just asked him, that is correct, that you explained that two of those projects have not started, that you're going to meet with them, and the two that have already started, that you're going to meet with those two entities to do some kind of negotiation. It's reimbursement on a receipt given basis. And so based upon that motion that I made is to adopt what you have presented to us, contingent upon what you just stated, and we believe that you're going to do what you said you would do. So I call for the question that motion.
That question's been called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, The ordinance has been passed by 7-7. All right, that brings us to resolution number 18. I'm gonna read the resolution. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Rocky Mount identifying operating expenditure reductions for upcoming fiscal year 27 budget. Whereas the City of Rocky Mount City Council, in response to the recent financial crisis, has worked with staff to identify certain reductions for the upcoming fiscal year 2027 budget. Whereas these reductions will continue the work to stabilize the city's financial health. Whereas the City Council acknowledges that these reductions represent a beginning, and therefore additional reductions will continue to be sought to stabilize the city's finances. Now, therefore, be it resolved that by the City Council of the City of Rocky Mount, the City Council, along with staff, have identified the reductions set forth below for the preparation of the 2027 budget. The reduction activity will be continued suspension of 3% contribution to the 401k through December 31st of 2026. That is $650,000 impact estimated. Eliminate downtown grants, which would be a elimination or reduction of $500,000. Suspend city-hosted public events, including Juneteenth, Independence, Downtown Live, and Christmas Parade, impacting the budget by a negative $99,500. Renegotiate agreements for unstarted downtown major investment incentive projects for possible elimination, $849,379. Eliminate non-essential travel paid by the city, the amount of $130,000. Department identified reductions by 2 operating accounts. Budget balance reflects selected accounts. See attachment A for more detail. That is $510,000 impact. Eliminate outside agency funding for $665,000 impact. Reduce library funding to $500,000 in fiscal year 2027. That'll be a $63,227 impact. Reduce the Carolinas Gateway Partnership funding to fiscal year 2023 level, which would be a positive or an impact of $14,125. Terminate our downtown office lease by 7/1/26, which will have a $20,880 impact. Suspend lobbying services by July 1 of 2026, which will have a $69,000 impact. Reduction in fiscal year 2027 budget target compared to prior baseline for professional services for an impact of $235,000. Reduction in 2027 budget target compared to prior baseline for operating expenses, which will have a $600,000 impact. Eliminate longevity pay for fiscal year 2027 budget target. That'll be a $500,000 impact. At this time, I'd look for a motion to adopt this resolution. Motion made by Councilman Daughtry. Second by Councilman Blackwell. Is there a need for discussion?
Discussion.
Yes, sir, Councilman Robertson.
Okay, here, these cuts that you made, Mr. Manager, where did they come from? And your council have input in doing these cuts?
So let me, just a point of clarity, these cuts have not been made. This is a resolution to continue the conversation to discuss these cuts for the fiscal year 27 budget. So in your first question from before the last vote, when you suggested or asked about council having input, that's what this resolution does. It provides council to have input. This is just a starting point, not the end. This is just the beginning of those conversations. And then when we begin to have our budget workshop meetings, which department heads are scheduled to have all of their departmental requests by March 27th, I believe. Then we continue to have meetings with staff as well as council to discuss these cuts and possible more. And at that point in time, we will also go to the other side of the equation too and talk about possible revenue increases at that point.
Also, I have a question regarding the last thing you said, this fiscal year and those downtown major grants. How much money potentially could you pay out for downtown major grants in this fiscal year?
The full amount of each particular grant, which I think was in the range of 500 to 700,000, but this fiscal year, I don't think we pay out anything. It'll be after the fiscal year is over, near the end of the calendar, which will be December.
So the total amount of that is 500, you said 500?
I don't know right off the top of my head, those numbers have been presented to you already, so you have that in some of your packets of the total grant awards.
Is there anyone here on staff that could tell us the exact amount?
I doubt that they grant agreements with them, but they have been provided to you. But I do know council did award those grants, so we've been able to pull the minutes from the meeting that they were awarded, and whatever the full grant award was, that would be what the city would be responsible for paying at that time. But again, negotiations have already taken place for cash flow perspective to not have us pay during the current fiscal year. Both of the organizations that have received the grant award have agreed to work with the city on when they would be actually paid those funds. But again, they have to also meet certain milestones before any funds are issued.
So for clarity, tell me one more time, this is adopted, Mr. Manager, for clarity, tell me one more time what these cuts are, because I just feel that I represent 5,000 people and we didn't get to put in what we wanted to stay or what we wanted to be cut. And I've been asking since I got on this council December the 14th, actually it's the 17th, I sent the email asking us to do a revised budget and to stop the hemorrhaging and stop do cuts then to stop the hemorrhaging. So it's just crazy. I feel now in March the 23rd, and we haven't had those meetings where the council can have input, and it feels like we're getting just a fixed menu of what the staff, all respect to the staff, but we didn't get to put input of what we wanted to see cut. And for everybody up here to act like now we're in an emergency when we've been talking about revising budgets, cutting since I got on this council. I sent numerous emails about us stopping the hemorrhaging, and now it just feels like you came and just gave us cuts that you're recommending, and we're not governing and oversight. That's how I feel. So make me understand how I get input from these cuts.
Councilmember Robertson, with all due respect, this is a resolution. This is in reference to fiscal year 27, which doesn't start until July 1.
Yeah.
If we were not working on the current budget, trying to work on amendments for fiscal year 27, we would have already had started the meetings where the budget workshops and we would discuss, and everybody would have input for the upcoming fiscal year. That's due to a number of things, us having several audits going on, us working on completing the annual fiscal year audit for fiscal year 25. That should be completed. Seeing nodded heads, should be turned in this week or next week. It is normal for any organization from a local government perspective on the municipal side and the county side to start having budget conversations for the upcoming fiscal year during the time that we're in now. You will have opportunities to submit your feedback, your input. We will have a number of discussions. You can have them as groups. You can email them directly to staff. But again, I don't want you to feel like you don't have input on the fiscal year 27, because this right here that we have before you today is a direct reflection of what you all instructed staff to do. This isn't my recommendation. This isn't one individual recommendation. These are recommendations that were given from department heads, from management, and from the direction that we received from council. And so what we've done with the last item was recommend stuff to amend the budget for fiscal year 27, because that's what we were instructed to do by the state. What we'll do moving forward is working on fiscal year 27, which will start now. I just stated that department heads will receive they've already received their instructions for the future fiscal year, and we will receive that information on March 27th. But I can't talk about something that I don't have yet. As soon as we get that information, you will have that information. We can start discussion about fiscal year 27. Then the purpose of this resolution was to keep the momentum going, to show the community, to show the state that we're actively pursuing other ways that we can not just look at revenue, but look at our expenses, which was the direction of all of this council, including you.
Gotcha. As far as 26, because we still have some months here in 2026. Is there any room to do cuts for the remaining of this fiscal year? Let me finish, because I asked in December if we could start doing cuts in December for 26. And I was told that we would meet in January and we would start doing cuts to stop the hemorrhaging and stop the bleeding. So what I'm saying is we have some few months remaining until June. are we gonna do any cuts in regards to these few months? Because I thought we was gonna start doing cuts in January.
We did do cuts in January. Some of the things that we implemented were in January, and we just had several meetings. I met with you and a couple other council members just a couple of weeks ago discussing these very things. So I'm not sure exactly what you're referencing, but every time you have a council meeting, you have an opportunity to make further cuts.
So,
I'm sorry, I'm gonna give Councilman Knight the floor.
Yes, I'd like to thank the management staff for giving us these reductions, which we asked you to bring back to us. The LGC also asked that we would have a plan for them before April 1st. And you stated in council meetings and at the retreat. And we all were part in these reductions were discussed. I don't want our citizens to be misled that none of the council members have had a chance to see these reductions and to speak on these reductions and to get questions from our city manager. And based upon a motion on the floor in a second, I call for the question.
But question, yes, I'm gonna recognize Councilman TJ Walker. He's
Thank you.
waited patiently. Yes, Councilman Walker.
Thank you, Mayor.
Then the question called.
Thank you, Mayor. I would, Mr. Manager, I would only ask if we could receive, or maybe everybody doesn't need to see it, but if we could just receive a copy of those downtown grants. I know this is not my ward, but considering this financial crisis, if we could just receive a copy of those contracts that we have for downtown. Mayor.
Absolutely. Depending on what time we get out here, you will have to foreclose the business.
Thank you.
Okay, the question's been called in. Just as I look at this appears to be somewhere between 4.5 to 5 days off. In fact, it's not a total, but I think it'd be important for everybody to understand. Okay, with that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign.
Aye.
Okay, resolution has been passed.
I got a question for the manager.
Yes, sir, Councilman Daughtry, I'll recognize you.
And I was gonna look, but, with this that we just passed in, many of the other things, we just received, the copies that are up here when we set down. So this is gonna be, we talked about it in the retreat. We talked about it in the separate meetings that the mayor had called, where we had in small groups, to have discussions, but I think we need to get this on the website tonight, if possible, all this if we can, so everybody has visibility into it. In addition to that, I looked the other day, and I haven't looked lately, but the revised budget is not on our website, and that needs to be on our website as well. And I know we are waiting for, I believe, we'll look at the director of finance, when we receive the audit, final audit from the, Malden Jenkins, that's gonna be on the website. And, just wanna make sure that that's done quickly, so everybody has visibility from the public into the council as well.
Yeah, 100%, Councilmember Daughtry. As soon as we get done with these, now that they're approved, we can get them on that financial outlook website that we created for the city. And then that dashboard that I spoke about during my community update, that will be a live living document that will be up to date on a daily, hourly basis. So all that information will be online.
And to that, I applaud you for doing that, because since you've been on council 2019, we've been asking for that. And so I applaud that finally getting done.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Tavares Walker, would you like to have the floor before I resume public comment?
Also, I guess I would say, I know we talked about the dashboard, we've been talking about it for a while. Maybe we can get somebody from IT or somebody in the city that can teach people how to read the dashboard, how to look at certain stuff. If we can have workshops or something like that in our wards and maybe at community centers, just to teach the citizens how to break it down, what they're looking at.
Sure,
Like
I don't mind arranging something where we can do like a tutorial to kind of explain the workshop. We actually have videos online that can show folks how to use it, but I think The tool is only as good as, people's ability to use it, but I do think we've tried to simplify it for a while. We've had it in a pilot phase for quite some time and had a couple of council members kind of test it out and give some input on it, but, we were not exactly quite ready to present it, but due to the situation that we're in, we felt like it was imperative to let the community know that, we want to provide full transparency on our financial documents, and this will be the best way because they can see what we see on a live basis.
Thank you. Councilman Robertson, would you like the floor?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion regarding our next meeting. I think on March the 30th, we're having a public hearing regarding the utility rates. And that's gonna be at 10 a.m. in the morning. I know a lot of people that would love to come. It's not gonna be able to 10 a.m. because they're gonna be working to actually try to pay these utility bills. So I would like to make a motion to move that meeting to at least 6:30. I'm open to either one of those times to move that meeting on March the 30th, the public hearing.
Can we even do that since it's been legally noticed?
It's been noticed for 10 a.m. At this point, it's 10 a.m.
So we're telling us.
No, it can't be changed without renoticing the hearing, which will then roll it into probably mid-April. So it will put the plan off track.
Can we do it mid-April?
I will say that there's one thing that we're also working on for public comment. I think we're creating an address or email thing that the public can input up and starting, I think, tomorrow, that they can, if they have any questions or concerns or recommendations, they can put them in there for that. Actually, the city council told me that that's already active now.
Can we move it to, when can we move it, that we can have it at 6 p.m. where the most people possible, because it's gonna affect a lot of people's lives. If you're gonna be raising a utility rates 15%. I want as many people as possible to be able to come, that wants to come. So, Mr. Lawyer, when can we move this to another time, at 6 p.m.?
The council can set the meeting whenever we have proper notice, which is, I believe, 2 consecutive weeks published notice. So you're looking about a 2.5, almost 3-week lead time to get that notice running.
So would you like to make a motion then that we move the public hearing? What you're going to do, Councilman Robertson?
I need
Yes, sir.
clarification.
Councilman Daughtry.
Mr. Manager, I've been directed to have, a decision made, really about the 23rd, but I think we've had to make this a little longer because of the requirement of the hearings, because the direction we received from the LGC was not only to cut expenses, but also we had to work on the revenue piece too. And I know there's been a lot of references to letters from the LGC, but it also references revenue in addition to the expenses. The hands are tied.
Ms. Canada.
I'm sorry, Councilman. Councilman Daughtry has the floor. Councilman Daughtry has the floor.
Well, I don't think we have an option. We've got to get this, we don't have an option.
Yes, Councilman Knight.
And hold on. And also, I encourage, nobody relishes the revenue increases of anything, regardless of where we are in anything. And I think our Director of Energy Resources, if you have not seen this presentation from the retreat, explained it extremely well where we are with our electric and gas rates. Essentially, we should have done incremental increases over the years. And we are in a situation, and really, whether we're in this financial situation or not, the increases should have happened years ago. Other municipalities, other service-owned or for-profit entities are going up. It's just like when we go to the gas station every day, you don't know what the gas rates are going to be when you show up to get your gas. We do know the costs have been passed down from Duke through Encampa, the wholesale rates, and we still have a very competitive rate now. And even if the potential rates do increase, we're going to still be extremely competitive out there. And And I think he did a phenomenal job, and I would encourage everybody, if you have not seen it, it was the last part of the morning on, is that on the Monday? Tuesday, and then the afternoon. And he even did a great job of explaining also the generators that we invest in, that help us save over $1 million a month by peak shaving. And I know many months ago that was an extremely, contentious, within the public, why we were investing in generators the way we were, but we were doing that to save this city, the citizens, utility users throughout the entire system money. And so I applaud Bradley Walters for his wonderful explanation. Since I've been active back in 2013 with the city of Rocky Mount regarding the government, that's the best explanation I've had of the utilities that how we go about it, how we charge and what we have to do. So I strongly encourage each person to go through and look at that. And if you have feedback, concerns, I've been taking calls. I know everybody else up here has been taking calls and responding to emails. I know I'm extremely accessible, and I get to them, just about every one of them, when people contact me. See many of you in the audience now that I've spoken with or communicated with, whether it's about utilities or about the Imperial Center or about anything else. And I agree a lot with what Councilman Harris said earlier. We're you know, this is a tough time for everybody, and we realize that. And I too, like back in September when we had our meetings, I know I had it with Councilman Javaris Walker and Councilman Tom Harris. We sat up there and we recognized the deficiencies we had and apologize. All I can say is you're here because you love Rocky Mount. I'm here because I love Rocky Mount. And we're going to get through this. It's not fun. It's not anything that any of us wish we were going through right now, but it's the reality that we're in. And I'll finish, Mayor, by just saying, please go back to the YouTube, go to City TV 19 and go look at that. And if you could even, Mr. Manager, pull out, have that piece that Bradley Walters presented and pull that out so people can easily access it. I think it would, you might not like the message, but it's the reality, and we've got to pay for a service that we receive. And we give a phenomenal service. That Energy Resource Department does a wonderful job. And I also want to make it clear that Energy Resources is separate and different than the business and collections dealing with the billing issues that we've had. And you need to recognize that, because too often I think people lump the two departments together and they're totally separate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Knight, I recognize you.
What was the?
I'm sorry. No, no. Councilman Knight.
Could you have that moment?
Okay. This is not an interactive meeting, folks. This is a business meeting. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to ask you to please stop. At this time, yes, sir, I'll recognize you, Councilman TJ Walker, and then I'll recognize you, Councilman Blackwell. At some point, we're going to return back to public petitions to be received from the public. So,
A couple points. I wanted to first look at, if we could take a look at our loitering ordinance to see if it is in effect, to see if we are actually putting our loitering ordinance in effect if we have one. I haven't looked it up to before the meeting. If we do have one, if we can see if we have that in effect. Also, secondly, about the public hearing, if the LGC and State Auditor's Office, primarily the LGC, if they are needing to see a direction in what we are doing, I think the fact that we are holding a meeting, rather it is prior to their meeting or mid-April, I don't think it changes their thought about if we're making steps toward an increase. I think the notice and making the step is the notice that they need. Because however we have the meeting, if we have a meeting Monday or if we had it mid-April, you still won't get the revenue until after April or May. So it's not like we're going to get any increase in revenue in the next couple of weeks. And so I dare not
have a public hearing about utility rate increases at 10 o'clock in the morning. And then we are saying, we're not, see, they will know that we are making the proper steps by our direction of scheduling the meeting. And I believe tonight we have to reschedule that meeting for mid-April. For one, they don't want to come in and take over. They did not say they would come in and take over if we had not given them that plan, but they wanted to know from us that we were making the necessary steps. And I think tonight, if we reschedule that meeting to make the necessary steps, because either way it's put, whether it's Monday or mid-April, I'm not supporting us raising utility rates when we haven't even looked at other options. What I would say is we could have another special call meeting that talks about more expenditures that we could cut, because that would allow us, as we also heard in our presentation from Bradley, if our admin fees are decreased, then our actual enterprise fund can also be decreased, which means we may not have to raise the rates 15%. And so until we can see that information, I would highly recommend that we move it into mid-April or whatever that notice has to be, that we give that notice tonight publicly so LGC knows that we gave the notice. And then we also put a notice that we're going to have meetings to come back and talk about more expenditures to be cut, because if we can make those cuts, the rate shouldn't be 15%.
There's another says we have multiple public hearings at multiple times. Because we're having a public hearing, it's not in and of itself a resolution or authorization to increase the rates. So I think we need to bifurcate the question. Having a public hearing in and of itself is not the ticker, although it allows the council to make a decision to increase rates after that public hearing has been held. If council chooses not to do so, then it doesn't happen. But anyway, I just felt like that's important for folks to also understand. So I'll recognize you, Mr. Blackwell, to the floor, and then I'll recognize you, Mr. Knight. Okay, I'll come back to you, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Councilman Blackwell.
Okay. The LGC letter was really clear. It was very clear. It gave us 2 directives. It said dramatically decrease expenses. And then it says increase revenues to ensure that all utility functions were operational. We've heard extensive presentations from each department related to our operational expenses, a comparison between our rates and other rates around the region, which we occupy. And we also have had comments from 2 council members tonight that said that they oppose rate increases. And they didn't say what or how because we haven't seen it. But I've seen stuff floating around. And what I think is to happen is that we got to have 5 votes. Is that right? Or just 4 votes? Okay. If we only have to have 4 votes to increase the rates.
Unless it's an ordinance, in which case it's 5.
It's 5.
Yes, 5.
If it were done the first reading.
First reading. So what the young lady from the LGC stated, and I don't know why we don't remember that if all of us were sitting there paying attention, is that she said, if we see that there is no will to do both, the LGC will come in and take over. That's what she said. And then she put it in writing. And for all the complaints about which I receive and respect,
I respect everybody. I do. I'm not afraid of people or movements because I've been doing that my whole life. This is nothing new to me. And it's a good thing when people get engaged in democracy. And I say it's about time. It's about time. Because when two of us, it wasn't several, when two of us were calling, when these decisions were being made in real time, and we gave detailed information about what was taking place. And I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you because it's all documented on video. It's 500 pages of minutes. And I'm gonna help you because we're gonna compile it and we're gonna show you what was said and when it was said. And we did not receive support, nor did we receive serious consideration until it was very clear towards the end of his tenure that he was intentionally withholding information from everyone the same way he was withholding information from Andre Knight and Reuben Blackwell.
Yes, sir.
And it's the truth. Everybody don't want to hear the truth. You might want to hear what your worldview is, and I get it. But the facts remain to be the facts. And there wasn't enough interest when it was time to do something early enough to get it done. The reason we did not have to increase the rates along the way, as Councilman Daughtry stated, is because previous councils had governed in such a way that we had surplus well above and beyond what the minimum requirements were. Well beyond that. And we opted to subsidize and keep those increases from hitting your pockets for years. But the money has run out because it wasn't managed well. And it takes a majority for that to happen all along the way, but you weren't paying attention.
That's right.
And I'm gonna say that. I was, no, ma'am. You can say what you want to say. But the public record says something else. And you're not gonna be able to twist what the past was to fit a perspective. I'm not gonna let you do that with me.
Come on now.
You can say what you want to say, but so can I. And I'm trying to be respectful as best as I can. But I'm not a rogue. You understand that? So what I'm gonna say is this. I support an increase. I don't want it. I don't like it. But decisions were not made along the way to manage our finances properly. I appreciate the fact that there is remorse from not doing what should have been done when it should have been done. But now we're here. We're here. There is nowhere else to go but forward. And what I respect is the fact that we got dedicated professionals who are good at what they do. This is not the management team that you had a couple of years ago. It's not. It's not. You want to believe it is, but that's your belief. The facts say it's not. And what I want to say to you is this. We need to vote and move forward.
That's right.
Next week. And I'm ready to vote next week. I'm ready to vote next week. I do care, ma'am. I got a whole track record. And you don't get to define who I am.
Come on.
What I'm gonna say is this, because I've seen a lot of stuff and I've heard a lot of stuff. And research runs two ways. It runs two ways. And it's really interesting to me. People are calling for a level of transparency here. And you're getting it. And you don't call for it anywhere else. And you support it.
For example.
What I'm gonna say to you is this.
For example.
What I'm gonna say.
I'm sorry. Please, I am gonna ask you to be removed if you don't quit.
You know what, I'll save it, but you got
Please have her
3
removed.
documents that show you knew about the financial man.
And what
It's
I'm
your
gonna
life,
say,
any way you want it.
and what I'm gonna say to you is that I've been here for every deliberation.
I'm gonna tell you.
Please have her
Every
removed.
deliberation.
Talk.
And I'm not afraid, and I'm not afraid, not afraid. Hold up, not afraid. And what you gonna see is that we got a leadership team in place that's doing what the state says to do and following the directives as best they can from this city council. We listen, we do the best we can to reconcile. But at the end of the day, we gotta make the hard decisions to do the job that needs to be done, period. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Councilman Knight, I'll recognize you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm still looking for that, even, of the legal notice that had to be advertised within that time frame. That put our next meeting, March the 30th. And, according to what Ruben just said, that we're gonna compile the information, of the documentation, what has happened over the course of 2 years. I have the documentation, and I have copies if you want it. And also, I just want to say that the LGC was very, very clear at our retreat and at our council meeting that they want us to have a plan by March the 23rd, which is today. And with the rate increases, which will be a public hearing on the 30th. That the LGC will either be sometime after April 1st. Very clear.
Please charge your phone.
Very clear on the direction of this council. This also is, you see written notice as well. So I do have copies of it, but I want to just let me know. And I just want to say, you know, that I appreciate the staff and Elton and the citizens who caught up in this situation that we're in. And apologies were made. Some of us spoke earlier than some. We all said something at some point. And it's documented along with the state auditor's report. It's documented everything that was said in these meetings. And if it's not enough, you have over 500 pages of minutes that you have access to also that dictates what had happened. So I just wanted to be clear on it, Mayor, that the notice was sent out, the legal notice, and no one complained about the meeting that 1089 that Nash County has. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Robertson, I'll recognize you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Councilman Dorcher said, go look at that YouTube meeting when our wonderful Bradley Walter presented. He's in charge of the energy resource. If you go look at that meeting, hear on what he said, he doesn't have to raise rates right now, that he could wait till July. And then here when the manager said, no, according to my plans, I need you to do it now. So it's not that we have to raise rates right now. We're choosing to raise rates because we don't want to do the hard work. And this is what the state auditor said. He said, taxes and utility rates increases to cover years of overspending and poor financial control and oversight. So when they say the LGC is telling us to raise rates 15%, we have the director of the LGC in the room, Ms. Denise Canada. So I would love to hear from him, because I'm a new council member. Maybe I'm not hearing right, or maybe I don't know. I would love to hear if the LGC is telling us that we have to raise rates right now. Ms. Canada is sitting in the audience. I would love if she could come up and speak.
Councilman. I'm gonna recess the minute. Meeting for 2 minutes. No, sir, I'm recessing.
I would take that away.
I am recessing the meeting for 2 minutes.
Why is he
We will
cutting it off?
reconvene at 6:15.
Right here. Yeah, reading is fundamental. I know, reading is fundamental. I see that now.
You don't get everybody same thing. You know, to be getting over, they gotta do what you're doing. Every move. I mean, all you do is if you take them off. That's how you deal with it. Take them off. But you take you the one that and then he's doing this campaign.
I see your setup, man. It look nice.
Oh, do it. Look, y'all don't look to hear going on. Y'all need to come to more meetings. And I got a customer, just like they have. See, y'all get bits and pieces of the foolishness, just like TJ was a part of. He was the one that voted this man here because he was so. Y'all need to stop getting it. Bro. I've been coming to the meeting doing it every damn time. Stop listening to show and got it documented. And if you need the hell trying to come down here. Follow my hands stuff. Like if they get outside, head y'all out there. That's the way. You don't see how you get laid down. On the young yeah, because you got that one, you got to lay up the plate. I'm just saying. It doesn't matter what war. They ain't got to do with the war. It's not a war thing. No, they ain't got to do with a war thing. I'm just saying what took place. You see they didn't have nothing to say. You said what didn't have nothing to say. Oh, no, that ain't the issue. No, the issue was a few they had spoke to, which was not appropriate, but had people come out there to get how you doing, man? I know. I ain't going into 39 years. I need one myself. But yeah, man, y'all gotta stop calling the noise, man. Yeah, it doesn't matter what damn thing. But have you been listening? They haven't given a hit to song. I know you don't care. When y'all asked something came down here, when the former city manager was here, it wasn't for us asking the question, you know, like, you don't think my damn I gotta come behind them because all they done talk about is what I wrote myself. This morning while I was over here working the other day. Y'all gotta know the whole damn story. Stop howling the damn noise. It makes no damn sense. It makes no sense, bro. Don't nobody want no damn engineer. Everybody want damn light bill. I didn't even income down. I got income one. My damn light bill been $300 or $400. It was $700 in January, $800 in February, and $800 again this month. Every damn light bill. It ain't nowhere. And then over here, they all electric, most of the damn gas. And now I don't live over here. But I've been coming to the damn meeting, so I've been a damn once, and I got family and friends over here. My second damn time over today. Because I've been damn involved. So when people come to me, I'm passionate about it. Come to me with the damn facts. I don't want to hear that damn noise, bro. I don't hear the noise. And see, you heard them white guys, they have apologized. But them guys did too. They told you that. But if they hadn't stopped doing what we did, answer the damn question. Somebody said 6 months. He'll be here another 6 months. Hell no, another 3 months. The city would have been gone. The city would have been gone, bro.
Same people that got us in the
No. The one that got in the damn hole, they're the one that didn't have it.
They're already saying that student negligence on behalf of the child.
Right, but you're not listening. You ain't listening. They didn't get the information out of the not giving the report. It does happen. I don't give a damn what you talking about. I was right here. And no, he did not respond to nobody. He did not respond to him.
The state said that.
I don't care what the damn state said. I was here. I got it recorded.
Yeah.
He did not respond. He did not respond. He did not. It wasn't the whole council.
He said
it was not the whole council.
Just hold on stuff.
Not the whole council.
Just hold on stuff with the majority. Look what he did. Get those red down.
But you know what? Y'all, I tell you what to do. After this meeting here, start coming to all of them. All right, yeah. Well, hey, don't talk to me. I ain't got time to talk about that and don't come to the meeting.
The state said that the city council.
Well, go talk to the state. And then follow me to the damn LGC meeting. I'm going to the LGC meeting when they have the LGC meeting. I go to them too. So go to, you gonna come up there? We'll do that.
I got to.
If I tell you.
What the state said that they do. They said the city council is not and you got voted in and you get voted out. I'll let the officials, even the mayor. He said shit about this whole situation we want. Not talking about it. Not talking. They said in all those meetings they were having when it first came out, because none of them.
I mean, you there, you can't remove it. Boy, you not here. All these things. I never saw this here. I never saw that. Everybody, that gas, don't know what gas, that need to gas. I want to pay today. I don't know how much gas is, they can change. Oh, they have a wow. I don't know what They waiting to deal with that over there. I'm sitting here working with you. I just came to see if I could come over here and sit with y'all, because, y'all kind of quiet over here. Hey, Shug, how you doing? Good to see you. I don't ever get out.
I like the building. Just green.
Reconvening Proclamation. Okay, during the break, I did have a chance to talk with Ms. Denise Canada and asked her if she would like to speak for us, and she indicated that that's something that she would be happy to do. So this time I'll recognize Ms. Denise Canada.
Thanks so much. Denise Canada, the Secretary of the Local Government Commission. I wanted to address a few of the comments that you've made and then happy to take questions from any of the council members. I believe that one of the questions that has come up is whether or not the LGC has directed you to increase utility rates and or to increase them by a certain amount. So I want to be very clear that the financial decisions and control of the city of Rocky Mount remain in your hands as the council of the city of Rocky Mount until the time if they do not. And as you have said, and as I have said, my very strong goal is for financial control of your town, of your city, to remain in your hands if you can make enough changes financially. So all of that to say, I am not recommending any specific revenue increases or specific expenditure cuts. Not recommending a specific increase in utility rates or an increase at all or not an increase at all. That's a decision for you to make with your professional staff. But what I am saying, have been saying, and will continue to say, is that two things. You have a very serious cash flow problem in the next several months that has me extremely worried for you and extremely concerned about your ability to make your debt service. You can't solve that problem, in my opinion, fast enough, just with, only with revenue increases, because it will take time for revenue to come in. But two things can be true at the same time, and it is also true that the sooner you make any revenue increases, the sooner money will come in to help you with your financial challenges. What I hope to see for your next year's budget, for your fiscal 27 budget, which your manager is correct, typically you would already be well underway on that, but I understand there's been a few competing priorities, but when you do adopt next year's budget, what I hope to see is that it is a balanced budget and structurally sound. So what I mean by that is relying on reasonable, I can't think of the word I'm looking for, basically relying on reasonable, sound revenue projections that you are likely to achieve. Not drawing down fund balance, which candidly, I don't think there's very much to draw down. And making expenditure cuts, not just one-time changes, but ongoing sustained expenditure cuts. So I know the one thing some of you have asked about it that has come up is, couldn't the city sell X or Y or Z to help with this problem? And sure, you could sell whatever it is, X or Y or Z, and get a one-time infusion of cash. But that's not your long-term solution. That's not going to fix things. What's going to fix things over the long term are these permanent, or at least permanent for now, or for a short and medium time frame expenditure cuts and solid revenue projections. I hope that answers some of the questions that you already had, and I'm happy to, Mr. Mayor, at your discretion, answer questions.
Sure, I'll recognize you, Mr. Elton.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Denise, for that comment. What I'd like to remind council is, last year, April 14th or 15th was my first day becoming the city manager. During that time, we did not have adequate staffing during the finance department. I'm a firm believer that we do have, not necessarily adequate across the board, but we do have in some positions, especially at the head of that department, because we still have some vacancies. When we were doing the budget projections for last year, we were in, I know we were in April and May, and we didn't have items reconciled for over a year period. Since I became manager, we were able to reconcile those accounts within 6 months. And so now we are up to date. So the projections and the calculations that are presented for the fiscal year 27 budget will be structurally sound, based off of accurate information. At years past, we did not have accurate information. Council didn't have accurate information, but all the information that you've had from my time as manager has been accurate and up to date. You can get it on a monthly basis.
Thank you. City Member of Council have a question for Ms. Canada.
Thank you so much for coming up. I'm sorry, am I recognized?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for coming up and clarifying the position that you're not recommending, or you're not recommending or raising rates. You're not recommending a percentage of us raising rates, but your first recommendation was to cut expenditures and cut expenses, right? You said we had some structural deficits in the way that we're doing things, and selling assets. I've been speaking to you about restructuring our debt. That's an option that's on the table. Selling our land and properties or different things like that to raise. So I just want to be clear, very clear, because it's been contributed to you that you're advising us to raise our rates. And from what I'm hearing, if I heard you correctly, that's not the LGC position. Am I wrong? You're not advising us to raise rates or a certain percentage to raise rates.
It's your choice how you get out of this financial crisis. It is your choice what revenue changes you make and what expenditure changes you make to get you in the black. So that is correct. Not recommending for or against utility rate increases. I'm not in the details enough of your utility finances to know, and hopefully don't get into the details well enough to know. So you're right, not recommending for or against. What I am recommending is that you, as a group, make whatever changes you need to make to stay in the black. I can also speak to the debt restructuring if you'd like, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the functions of the local government commission is to approve much of the debt that is taken on by local governments to make sure that local governments don't take on more debt than they can afford. And because of that, we have a highly qualified team that specializes just in local government debt, and they have been working on looking at restructuring options for your debt to give you cash flow savings. I know that one of the things that this team has looked at is, each individual debt that you have, and we're talking about not small debts, but for example, the debt for the fire station, the debt for the land that was mentioned earlier, each individual debt has its own financing restrictions, its own interest rate, those sorts of things that each one would need to be handled separately. The debt that you have on the fire station is too new to be refinanced, so basically refunded at this time. But some of your other debts you certainly could do, or staff believes, a refunding, again, basically a refinancing to lower the interest rate, possibly extend the term and get some sorts of cash flow savings like that. The soonest that you would be getting savings from that would be several months from now. So although I'm hopeful that our team can come up with a few different scenarios, working with some of the advisors that we have to reduce your expenses on debt, that's not something that you can count on to keep you out of the red, the way it looked like you were going to be in the red in July and August. That is a longer term benefit, but certainly that's our job, to come in and try to help you in situations like this. We're happy to do it. And I'm very confident in the debt team that works for the local government commission. They're very smart. I'm happy to work with them, and I think that they will be able to come up with some options to help you.
Thank you. Councilman Knight, you have a question?
Oh, I was have more questions, but I only have one question.
Yeah, one more question, yes. please.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is we have to cut expenses. I'm hearing that loud and clear. You're not recommending that we raise utility rates on people, or you're not recommending that we do or we don't. There's no recommendations from you. Also, negotiating debt. Is that something our staff can do? Like, you know, if you can't pay something, call and make payment plans, because we know that we would be getting money coming in December and January. So we may not run out of money in July. If we, our team, our finance people, call them and make payment plans and restructure the debt, like I was asking tonight regarding the software, that we don't have to pay it all at one time. And then by July, we'd be in the hole, in the deficit, right? So to keep us in the black, we can make payment plans to restructure that debt. Also, do you agree with the state auditor said that we've been using utility rates increases to cover our overspending and poor financial control? I don't want to do that anymore. I want to fix the structural deficits that you've been telling us about. You know, we've been relying on utilities too much. So I think this time that we're doing a reset is our chance to fix it with your oversight, with the LGC here, and fix what we have to fix. So I'm gonna end this because I probably won't get another chance to speak. So I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say, so just to be clear, where we're at and what you've seen, what are you recommending the LGC that we do right now?
There's a lot to unpack there. But right now, you need to reduce expenditures for right now. Money that is going out the door immediately.
And can we wait to do this utility hearing? Are you demanding, are you suggesting that we do it March 30th, or can we wait so more of our citizens we can hear their voice and we can do it at a later time? Or it's the LGC said you'll need to keep it at March 30th at 10 a.m.
That's a policy decision for your board, Mr. President.
Councilman Knight, I'll recognize you.
I just, come out the agenda, and Elton inherited this, and he found a good finance director Cheryl, who has worked with the local government commission. Matter of fact, she has trained some of those that's working with the local government commission now. So she knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. The one that we had before did not. Elton knows what he is doing. You know, some of us want to put words in your mouth, but we heard you loud and clear that the LGC would not make these decisions for us. You are elected to make these hard decisions. If you cannot make these hard decisions, we will make them for you. We heard you. The manager heard you. He's been working around the clock with Cheryl, late hours, and other staff. Get a plan for us. And yes, cut expenses. We have cut them and he's gonna cut some more. And I started call point of order because what one of the council members stated that we have been raising rates so we can use the, but that is not true because we hadn't raised rate up until last year. And the presentation, you have to read the presentation and get the data and look at it for yourself. And so, you know, we heard you loud and clear. And we were elected to do what you told us to do. And it's hard. And we don't want to do it. But we have to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna recognize Councilman Javaris Walker, then Councilman Blackwell, Councilman Harris, and Councilman TJ Walker.
Also, Ms. Denise, thank you for coming. But I know, I guess me and the mayor, Cheryl and Elvin has to come stand on the carpet the first with a plan of how we do not go into the red. So I guess what we're doing today, decide on a piece of what we bring to the LGC commission. And I guess I'm trying to just, get people to understand too, like, that we got 7 days to get you the plan to come, and the LGC decides what's next for the city of Rocky Mount. So we down to like 7, 8 days. So I don't know, and I think looking at utility piece, looking at different things, I think we're looking at different scenarios in the next few days, but I think we'll get there. But I think even telling Councilman Robinson over the weekend, you know, this is real, that we got to come in front of you guys and next week to decide what's next for the city of Rocky Mount. So I know you've been working closely with us, and I hope that these decisions with your group and the city staff has been working, and I hope it aligns that the city of Rocky Mount doesn't have to fall under the LGC. So, and I think if we were doing something wrong, you would kind of step in and tell us, maybe look at something different. I know it's our decision. So hopefully, the next few days, we can finalize something to come up there on the carpet where we don't, you know, everything comes out good. So thank you for everything you're doing now.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilman Blackwell.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cannon. Thank you for your frequent appearance in Rocky Mount. Appreciate it. You paid utility bills here yet? So, just want to, refresh. You said that we got to have by April 1st, we had to have a plan. And you wrote a letter and you said expenses must be reduced and then revenues increased. And you said something related to utility accounts. I want to clarify that.
If you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
The letter.
That's right.
Because I was
Thank you.
looking back at it and I don't want to misquote myself.
That's right. That's right. I have one more. I think there were like two paragraphs, they were maybe phrases or sentences that were.
I know the part you're thinking of. I think I know the part you're thinking of.
I've got the letter if you want.
That'd be great. you want me to read the letter?
That would be probably the best thing.
For him?
Everybody's quoting it, so let's just.
The whole thing.
I can read it for you if you like.
March 12th, 2026. Mayor Robertson and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you earlier this week. I'm following up to reiterate my clear message. Based on the numbers prepared by your finance officer, the city is in a dire financial condition that can only be rectified by immediate and significant reductions in spending. You face a dual challenge. This is the part I think that Councilman Blackwell is speaking to. You face a dual challenge. You must immediately reduce spending to improve your cash situation. This cannot wait. Your staff's estimates show that as of July 2026, you will no longer be able to make your debt service payments, pay your staff, or operate key services unless you make budget cuts now. You must adopt an austere, structurally sound, balanced budget for fiscal year 26-27 that is built on accurate revenue estimates and that improves the cash position of every fund. As Rocky Mount's governing body, you are required by the North Carolina general statutes to manage public funds prudently and safeguard the city's fiscal health. You are failing to uphold your responsibility under the statutes and to your citizens. The Local Government Commission has the authority to impound the town's books and records and assume full control of financial affairs if warranted. General Statute 59-181C. This week, some city council members asked whether the LGC could assume governance of the city, an option that would relieve you of making the difficult decisions required now. In our 94-year history, the LGC has taken control of only 12 government units. There should be no need to add Rocky Mount to that list. Every tool my staff and I would use is already available to you. Your staff have provided you with a list of potential budget cuts to address your immediate liquidity crisis. If the LGC is required to step in, it will be because of a fundamental failure of leadership by you, who were elected by your citizens to safeguard the fiscal stability and integrity of your community. However, I remain deeply concerned about your ability to make your upcoming debt service payments, which total nearly $8.7 million in fiscal 26-27. Let me interrupt myself here really quickly to say two things. One is, for everyone listening, debt service payments just means making payments on the debt that you own, that you owe. Not a typical term in sort of layman's use, so just to throw it out, debt service payments is just paying off your debt. The second is this 8.7 million is a number of is the amount that you owe on debts that were approved by the Local Government Commission. So that doesn't include all these other types of debts that you're talking about that did not come through the LGC. I want to clarify that. Back to the letter. The LGC has a responsibility to Rocky Mount citizens and bondholders to ensure that these debts are paid. Therefore, you are requested and strongly encouraged to appear before the Local Government Commission at its April 1st, 2026 meeting to discuss the town's financial status and your corrective plan. Please bring an updated cash flow projection through the end of calendar year 2026, a revised budget for the current fiscal year that shows significant spending reductions, and details about the measures you will take to ensure that you do not run out of cash or fail to pay debt service expenses. The meeting convenes at 1:30 p.m. I think I'll stop here. It basically gives the logistics of how to let me know you're coming, who to bring in, and those sorts of things. No.
There was a thing about class.
Yeah.
There's a thing about class.
So the paragraph else, the other thing is logistics about my email address, who to let you know you're coming. Finally, I understand that the North Carolina League of Municipalities is waiving the registration fee should you choose to attend the March 31st course, Municipal Finance, Comprehensive Fiscal Training for Local Governments. I hope you choose to attend. Respectfully, Denise H. Canada, Secretary of Local Government Commission.
Happy to report that we do have several council members to attend.
I'm glad to hear that. I will tell you, I personally have taken several financial management classes offered by the League of Municipalities, and I always learn something.
Part B, thank you for that. Part B, Ms. Canada, my question to you. Can you please explain
what debt restructuring means, the difference between debt restructuring and payment arrangements.
I'm not sure that payment arrangements is necessarily an official defined term, but I can tell you what the two of those mean to me or how I am using those terms. When I talk about restructuring your debt, I'm referring to the work that the local government commission debt management staff has been doing on your behalf to change the payment schedule or the term, meaning the length of debt that you currently have outstanding. For example, you have public bonds, 2016, I believe 2016, you had a series of bonds that were issued in 2016 that could be refunded, which again means refinanced to lower the interest rate. That would save some amount of money the same way if you lower your mortgage interest rate or you lower your car payment interest rate, that sort of thing. When I talk about debt restructuring, that's really what I have in mind. Your sort of more official, in my mind, probably not the right word, your debts that have been approved by the local government commission, public debt, bank notes, those sorts of things. When you talk about payment, do you say plans?
Payment arrangements.
Payment arrangements. In my mind, that means more the sort of thing that I believe it was Councilman Robertson that was just mentioning a minute ago. I'm sorry, it was somewhere right over here. This idea that a local government could reach out to vendors or other entities that it owes money and try to work out a payment plan, so to speak. That's certainly not something you can do with your public bonds that have been issued in the bond market, but it is something that we have seen other local governments that are cash strapped do, and that I would encourage making a call to your largest vendors and trying to work out some sort of payment plan with them if possible. It's always an option that you can try. I think of that as something that's a little bit less formal than reissue or than refunding debt, something like that. In my mind, that's the difference. Does that help?
It's very helpful because that's, I think what your focus has been, if I'm correct about municipal finance, is that when we go to you to ask permission to encumber debt for major capital projects, we have to come with a plan about the project itself, the details related to why we need it, and the but for, that we have to answer to qualify for state support in moving forward. When I say state support, LGC approval.
Approval, yes.
Right. And when we get debt that's booked, for millions of dollars, multiple millions of dollars, we save money based on the rate and the terms. Is that correct?
The amount you pay depends on the rate and the length over the term over which you're borrowing it. Yep.
And what my understanding is that you've been working with our team because people believe in Rocky Mount and they see our history of good work for a long period of time. And they're willing to help if there is a clear pathway that shows serious intent and business savviness at the level of upper management and governance. If I'm correct. If I'm incorrect, then fix it right now because I don't want to be wrong.
I can't speak to what your bondholders or potential bondholders or debt holders might think about Rocky Mount. But I will tell you that the LGC was created 94 years ago to keep local governments from defaulting on debt. And bondholders know that. And the municipal finance market knows that. And that's why, by and large, North Carolina local governments have strong bond ratings. That's why North Carolina has more local governments with what we call the AAA, a bond rating of AAA from the three major agencies. North Carolina has more local governments with the AAA than any state in the US. And it's partly because of the strong oversight from the LGC, which was put in place for this exact type of situation right after the financial crisis of the Great Depression.
Until this issue, we had a AA minus. Is that what it was? I do know that over the last couple of months, it did downgrade, but I still think we're in the AA minus category. And that's from Moody's, I believe. So all we're saying is that thanks for helping us, thanks for, guiding us through the dilemma that we're in. It's not a forever deal, but it is a today deal. And I really appreciate
You can fix this, which
Councilman
is the
Henry, you have a
message I
question
give
for
you.
Ms. Cannon?
Well, not a question for Ms. Canada as much as I want to remind all council members, one of the first words that we heard at the retreat, take a look at the presentation that was made and then the one that was made last Thursday. Their only concern is cash flow. Cut the cheese or whatever, cash flow. I wish there was a miracle we could do to minimum cut expenses $12 million over the next 2-3 months. I would love to find that, but I think unfortunately, that's going to be a monumental task. Take a look at the presentation cash flow that was made last Thursday. It showed 2 lines. The red one and the dark, maybe black or whatever. If we don't make the necessary decisions in the next little bit, we will not have a positive cash flow come July. The letter she read made reference that they will come in and take control of the checking account and make all financial decisions. I don't think anyone on this dais wants that to happen. So unfortunately, we have got to look at a combination of where can we be positively come July 1. Councilman Robinson, I see you shaking your head. You got a magic wand evidently, your computer spits out all our stuff. Tell me where $12 million in cost savings can take place.
Since you called me out.
I've got.
That's a rhetorical question.
Oh.
That's a rhetorical question. You can call me up and tell me tomorrow where it's gonna come.
All right.
We have got the unfortunate, I said it earlier tonight, I said it last Thursday. Daggone it, I hate where we are. But this LGC is gonna look at where the new projections are on April the 1st. And they're not satisfied. That's it, from a financial standpoint. I don't want that to happen. We don't want that to happen. Unfortunately, we have got to look at increasing revenues, continue to cost reductions as we discussed tonight, and continue to see in the next 3 months other areas where we can reduce expenses. And then they're gonna look at, they said they want to look at how we're gonna do our 26-27 budget. That's gonna require even more reductions. So, Ms. Gannon, isn't that right? Cash flow is your main concern. And that comes from 2 ways. Cost reductions, and unfortunately, as Councilman Blackwell indicated, revenues as well.
Right now, your cash flow is my largest concern.
Right.
I do feel the need to point out that we also are very interested in internal controls, any sorts of findings in your audit, that sort of thing. The work we do is larger than just making sure you make your debt payments. But for your purpose here, don't run out of cash. That's the message.
Thank you. I heard that loud and clear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman T.J. Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Denise, this is not towards you. So if anybody else has a question,
For you, I'll yield that to you. I meant to them.
Does anybody else have a question? Yes, Councilman Aldridge.
We keep on touching around, and as everyone else, I appreciate you being here and I know your team is dedicated, Rocky Mountain, we appreciate that. Wish we weren't, but the reality is we are. Keep on touching around, you don't want to come in here, we don't want you to come in here. And can you be clear to us and to the public, if you came in here, in general, what would happen? What would you look at, what's good for this program and that program, or would you just look at the finances and go from there? Could you be a little more explicit with that, please?
Sure. In terms of my saying that the LGC does not want to come in here, I think that as secretary, I am staff to a 9-member board of elected and appointed officials, including the state treasurer, the state auditor, the secretary of state, and other folks, and they are the ones that would ultimately make the decision. I will tell you that the local government commission has a staff of 35. We're not interested in coming in unless we have to. For the LGC to come into any unit and assume control has to be the very last reasonable option, just because of the number of units and because we believe in local control. That's it, that's it. Yep. I have confidence in your manager and in your finance officer. And so if the LGC were to take control of the finances for Rocky Mount, barring any specific instruction from the 9 elected members to our staff, we would do basically exactly what your staff have been doing, going through every revenue projection for next year and looking to see if they are sound. I have already been working on that with your staff, actually, and going through every, say, category of expenditures to figure out what's going wrong and how can we fix it. Cutting optional services, yes. One-time fixes like selling the land that was bought for the casino and now might be used for some other economic development project. Selling the land, that sort of thing. That would be a priority of ours.
And just a clarification on that land, that the casino, the state legislature is the one that said no casinos. And
yes,
we do not exercise those. The options were by someone who was interested in casinos. And after that, we saw an opportunity for that land that was the options were ending in that December of that year, so about 2 or 3 months. And we consulted with our staff at the time, along with consultant at Davenport & Company. It was not casino land from this city council. It was option land that was assembled off of, because that has been picked up by the news media and locally, and that is I appreciate where you come from. Originally it was, but this body got it because it was a single land. And in white, long, and different, it was a single land.
fair enough. Right now it is vacant land that you are making payments on. Respectfully.
And I 100% agree with you. 100% agree.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, having none. I'll thank you so much, and I appreciate your willingness to come speak and clarify a number of issues for us.
My team has been available to you and your staff, and we want to see you through this over the long haul.
I appreciate your availability. I just wish you didn't have to make so much time. Yes, Councilman TJ Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still feel that And thank you, Mr. Neese, for sharing and for standing in traffic. I still feel, especially now after hearing some of the comments, being that is our policy, that we still can move our public hearing of the proposed utility rates of the public to the later date. Since that is our policy, it does not deter any of the plan. And it seems as if there's already consensus of the public plan. That's fine. That's how it works. However, I still believe there are, and Councilman Harris said that there's, he looked and saw there's $12 million. Well, from the proposed utility rate, that was $6.8 million. From the proposed expenditure tonight, let's just say roughly $4 million. It still doesn't get us where we need to be. Therefore, I believe that there is still some, because we're still going to make that coverage point that Councilman Harris referred to. And so I still believe there is some deeper work that we can do, we meaning staff, in order to restructure, as that is here in the resolution, to do some restructuring, to look at further expenditures that we could, before we talk about raising utilities. There are some things we can look at, and I say this because we are already amidst not only a financial crisis, we are amidst a utility crisis. How in the world can we jump towards prioritizing raising utility rates? One, we're putting the public hearing at 10 a.m. where people cannot voice their opinion because most of them will be occupied during that time. And then two, why is that our priority over finding more expenditure cuts when we have the option to do both and just allow 15% to be, according to Bradley's presentation of it, if our admin services are decreased, our utility rate can be decreased. And so I would ask if we can, if the support is there tonight, we have a few more days, if we can look at those options. And if not, if it is not the pleasure of the board, that we do change our public hearing to a greater date and time that is more convenient for the public.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilman Knight, I'll recognize you, Councilman Robertson.
Trying to be respectable and calm. But Councilmember Walker, out of due respect, you led the charge to bring this man in here. He was the mayor pro tem 2 years and said absolutely zero. We had budget meetings, you walk in and out on your phone. So I'm just being honest. Look at the videos and you read the minutes. And I understand what you're saying. We don't want to raise rates. We just heard what Councilmember Harris just said. And then if I'm lying, we all know, and we beyond that. But we here to not go the cliff, but we here to present a plan to the LGC sometime in April. And out of due respect, the citizens and council members, I said what was on my heart. Thank you.
Councilman Robertson, you know what, I don't have to propose here in a minute, but I'll let Councilman Robertson speak.
I've got to be, I was addressed, I have to move on.
I'll give you an opportunity to resolve. Councilman Robertson, do you have something you want to say?
I see my time to him and then I'll come back.
No, sir.
Them two boys.
Well, we've been honest, I feel the same way as well with the current council. State auditor said in his report that infighting has led to this. People fighting, having their own personal agendas and the egos. And I'm not co-signing a broken system. I've been in here sounding the alarm since I got on this seat. I will pull the email and read it, that when we got our financials, I broke down to the hour how much money we was losing, $6,003 per hour, and begged for us to get together and stop the hemorrhaging. But no one responded. When I asked the manager for itemized expenditures lists, I couldn't get any support. So with the people saying how they was treated before I got on this council, that's how I'm being treated. December the 14th, we can put the email, we can read how I broke down how much money we was losing and begged. I said, we don't even have time. Can we call a special call meeting now to stop the bleeding? I can't be on the Titanic playing on the band while we sinking. So I tried, I didn't want to bring it to the public. I tried behind the scenes to work with people. And the way they said they're not getting information, they've been stonewalled. That's what's happening to me now. So I just want to say, thank you, TJ, for pointing that out, because I said he said, where are we going to get 12 million from? It's only 6.8 that we're going to get from raising utility rates, 15%. So, and we have almost 4,000 people on a payment plan that can't pay now. We have people that's living in these wards that you heard people say, oh, we're ready to vote now to raise the rate on them. Ward 1, 2, and 3 that's living below the poverty line.
Order.
Order, because the truth is being spoken. I'm done. Go ahead, TJ.
So I'm gonna let you rebut, TJ, but look, before I do, this question keeps coming up, our ordinance in terms of the meeting rules and flow require that we vote to add something to the agenda. So if you want, we can propose that we bring a matter, we vote to it. If council chooses to consider that tonight and do that as it relates to public hearing, timing, whatever. If not, then the matter is closed. So with that, I'll give you the floor, Councilman Walker, TJ Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. I really hate to do this to derail from our business meeting. However, I'm grateful for the opportunity. As we talk about honesty, you're correct, Councilman Knight. I was the mayor pro tem at the time, and my walking out to the restroom, I did not know that was an issue. I would thank you for clarifying. You also, Mayor pro tem, brought in a manager outside of due process of city history. Honest. There's also honesty that you have still to this day an ongoing $47,000.
Well, I don't sell my votes. I do not sell my votes.
But yet,
This is how we got here.
but yet,
All right, that's, I think a personal
Get a
tax.
job.
This is how we got here.
Get a job.
All right.
Order,
Guys, please,
he had a chance for honesty.
please. Yeah, I think personal
Yeah, but
tax.
you lied.
Gentlemen, let's talk about the matter in front of us. Are we going to have a public hearing? We're gonna move it or not?
Can I make a motion to move it?
You may make a motion to have it considered.
Okay.
And then if it's seconded and we vote it up, then we'll have that motion in play. Otherwise, it dies tonight here and then again, I want to point out, there is, you need to bifurcate the issues, right? Just because we have a public hearing is in and of itself does not increase utility rates.
I got
All right, so I think that's important for folks to understand. So it's not mutually exclusive. So Councilman Robertson, do you have a motion to consider something?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I move that the city council direct the city manager to remove the proposed 15% utility rate increase and provide council within 48 hours the revised plan that include a menu of cost-saving options totaling at least 6.8 million with clear financial impact for each option so the council may evaluate and determine a balanced approach. And I move to have our meeting, the public hearing, move from March the 30th at 10 a.m. And when's as soon as we can move it, I'll take the lawyer advice for that. But as soon as that we can move it to a 6 p.m. or 6:30 time where our citizens can come and be heard, although it seemed like it's a foregone conclusion that you have the votes to raise the utility rates on people.
So Councilman Robertson, I think the motion is that we consider that we have a discussion on that matter. So is that the motion? Do we
Yes.
consider?
Yes.
Is there a second that we consider that tonight?
Second.
There is a second. Is there a need for further discussion?
Got a question, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So my
Councilman
question would
Walker.
be, before, I guess, if we do move it, does that affect, I guess, us going to the board on the first?
That's right. You and I, Elton
Yeah.
and Cheryl are gonna go, we have got a personal invitation to go to the LGC on the first.
So I'm asking that doesn't have.
Yeah, it does have an impact because some of the projections that we had were based on April 1st implementation.
So the motion is, do we consider that tonight? Do we consider that we add this to the agenda tonight? The second will be the actual motion that's carried. So I've got a motion, I got a second. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilman Blank.
Yes, I got a question.
Please.
So, didn't we already say that this was the beginning and not the end? Didn't we already say that?
That was my understanding. Yes.
And don't we have the ability to have our deliberations as we always have done in public? And didn't we also say we've got to begin proceeding with our budget projections for the upcoming year? Which we're already late on. Did we say that? Aren't we already late on it? And don't we have to stand before these 9 elected officials to tell them what our plan is moving forward for a balanced budget now and for 26, 27? Am I incorrect in any of that information? So and I'm asking those questions, and I got a final question. My final question is, why wouldn't we just stick to what we've done since it's already done? And at 10 o'clock, we still had a lot of people here and it's still televised. It's still opportunity for public comment because public comment happens regularly anyway. And we can continue, as Mr. Robertson has indicated, we can schedule other meetings going forward. But my question is, are we going to get to the real budget? And the will of a council to make a decision is what we were elected to do. We got to balance a budget on time. And balancing budgets is not giving everybody a menu to choose from because everybody doesn't run the city.
That's right.
You got paid staff to run the city, just like your business. And it's sort of amazing to me for all these business savvy people who's supposed to be running your businesses, and you don't give all your employees the ability to vote on everything. You run your business. But this is an elected body. We have to give you information as a public. We share information with you as a public, but then we have to make the decisions. And if you don't want us here, you got to get us out. And that's that's what elections are for. And I'm interested to see if you're this upset about this. My God, let's see what happens in November.
Mr. Mayor, I call the question.
All right. Call the question. I have announcements made. We need to show continued decorum here in the council chambers. I am going to ask the chief and staff if there's any more outbreaks, people begin to dismiss folks because we've got another 20 people that we want to hear from. We've got a matter before the floor. These are difficult times. And so I've had somebody call the question. The question is whether we consider consider entertaining the motion that Councilman Robertson put forward. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? By show of hands, who is opposed? By show of hands. Okay, that will not be considered tonight. So with that, we're going to move back to hearing the petitions received from the public. I'll remind everybody, this is an opportunity for public comment. We thank you for coming to the city council meeting tonight to share your views. We do value all citizen input. Speaker comments are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes during the public comment period. And at the conclusion of those 3 minutes, each speaker will leave the podium. Comments must be directed to the full board, not to an individual board member or staff member. Although the board is interested in comments, speakers should not expect any comments, action, or deliberation from the board on any issue raised. The board, during the public comment period. In the board's discretion, it may refer issues to the appropriate city officials or staff for further investigation. If an organized group is present to speak on a common issue, please designate one person to present the group's comments, which shall be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. This time I will invite Maureen Menges to the podium.
How to get down there.
All these new, you don't know how to get down?
First thing I'd like to say is, I'm glad I'm not on the city council. Second thing is, I don't think city council really understands that not all of us are computer savvy. And the last 7 o'clock city council, that was during y'all's retreat. You know, y'all should have put a note on the door saying, we're not coming tonight. Cause there was like 6 or 7 cars sitting out there. That, I mean, there was a note saying y'all had a retreat, but couldn't you let us know that y'all weren't showing up because you'd already been doing your stuff all day? And that's the second time I've been here to say something to city council and y'all didn't show up. I'm not supposed to say numbers, but the representative 6th Ward did apologize for maybe his part in all this screw up. And there was another person from Ward 5 that suggested it might help the money matters if the city council gave up their salary, since y'all lost how many million? I have no idea. How you could say straight face, we lost 80, 120 million. We don't know where it is. That's scary. But I would like to thank those 2 men for having the guts to say that they should. And I'm so tired, I can't figure out what I've written down in the territory. But I also would like to say, there was a man that came a couple of months ago and said he was from the coast and their land was a lot nicer with less litter than ours. I really would like, I know this is probably a little nothing on the wall, but can't we do something to help with the litter problem? It's just nasty. And well, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. John Harrison to the podium.
How you doing this evening? When I came up on the ground this evening, I would ask what ward was I in? It doesn't matter which ward I belong to. We all are residents of Rocky Mount. And you guys up here, like the young man said, that we don't run a business like this. Well, you're not, this is a business that you guys are running here and you're not running it properly, okay? Whereas came from the state office that there's been negligent oversight on the council's behalf, not asking enough questions that you don't understand the emotions or whatever's going forward with the city. And we should hold you guys responsible for the situation that we're in today. Now, like you said, November is election time. All the people out here need to consider that and go out and vote. As far as I'm concerned, I think we need an overhaul of the whole council. Okay,
I mean, you paint a pretty picture up here, turning everything into a filibuster. You know, talk, hold up the time, over and over, saying the same stuff, repeatedly, one to the other. And early on, I went to a meeting when it first started, and the race car got blamed. Another distraction. We not come here to listen to you point fingers at the previous manager. He's gone now. We got to look at what we're gonna do now as a group collectively. The holidays are with. Now, our question is, what you guys can do to get us out of this hole? Like I said, election time is coming up. When we all as citizens, the residents of Rocky Mount, get to consider who we got representing us in our ward. And by God, I hope there'll be a major change in Rocky Mount come November. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Mumtaz Shaikh to the podium.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. The auditor has spoken now, it's our turn. So you want us to pay more for utilities and property taxes. Let's see where some of the money's gone and is still going while taxpayers are struggling with inflation and paying more for essential services. We're actively bleeding the city of hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest a year on a speculative land deal. The majority 4-3 on the city council, I believe, pushed for approval. We're sitting on more than $250 million military vehicle, the Bearcat, collecting dust while our neighbors collect eviction notices. And we are protecting administrative bloat while asking disadvantaged families to choose between eating and heating and to sacrifice more. You four brought us here. You handed your personal agendas. That's what the auditor called it, personal agendas to a rogue ex-city manager whose loyalty you valued over loyalty to taxpayers, used him as a battering ram to burn the city, and the rest of us are still paying for it. The double billing of utilities resulting from the secretive and irresponsible decisions by the majority 4 have sparked outrage and absolute opposition to any further rate hikes. Racial tensions are now higher than ever. So to the councilman who said at the end of the retreat, the past is the past, I say no, councilman. The past is not the past. The past, you have the nerve. Your utterance is not wisdom, it is top-notch cowardice. Your past decisions and poor judgment, poor choices define the present and the future of Rocky Mount. Every family in Rocky Mount is now paying more for your past incompetence. Every business is struggling under the weight of your past reckless decisions. The past is the past. It's an attempt to sweep your failed leadership under the rug. To the majority 4, I say you don't get to talk down to the people of Rocky Mount. No. You don't get to run away from accountability and distance yourself from the catastrophic wreck you created. Own it, learn from it, and don't repeat this chaotic mess. You don't have the right to tell us to forget the devastated past while you still keep your seats and draw salaries from our mismanaged tax dollars. You wrote the check, you broke it, you own it, so you fix it. Sell the undeveloped land and other assets, the Bearcat and other vehicles, and cut the ridiculous bloat. Prove you'll squeeze the city before you squeeze us. The people are furious and refuse to be silent. The past is the past is the past. This one jab alone. You better forever banish this from your book and face the future with the citizens in mind.
Thank you.
Not self-interest.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. Eric Wordsworth to the podium.
Well, started off afternoon, now it's evening, so good evening, Mayor, Council, and citizens. My name is Eric Wordsworth. I live in Ward 5. Let's be clear about something and stop playing games. There is no mandate to raise utility rates. It's not an option 1 or 2. Stop playing games, okay? This council is in direct contempt of the LGC's advice to you of in the short term to only concentrate on cutting costs, not raising revenue. Here are some facts. Greenville, North Carolina population with ECU students is 96,000. 3 months out of the year without ECU students is 64,000. Rocky Mount population is 54.5 thousand. The Greenville city manager salary is 217,000. The Rocky Mount city manager's salary is 264,000. The Greenville business services manager salary is 81,000. The Rocky Mount business services manager salary is 181,000. Just last week, the city manager said he anticipated more labor cuts coming up in the next proposed budget. If the city manager can cut these labor costs in the near future, he can do it right now, before there is any talk of raising revenue from public work services. The event center operates at a yearly loss of 1.8 million to subsidize profits of the hotel and restaurant business interests. Why has this not been discussed as far as an inquiry of selling off this property? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Dorothy Cook to the podium. Dorothy Cook. I'd like to invite Butch Dancy to the podium.
Good evening. As always, I have been attending these meetings longer than anyone sitting before me and most of the people out in the audience. I want to thank 2 councilmen, some concerned citizens, some that I hear speaking today, they was on the other side and then they're on the other side. On the left side, they're only confused. And myself for questioning not receiving information from Keith Roberts. If we had not, the city would have been in worse shape than it is now. We finally got the full report from the current city manager, his staff, internal auditor, the state auditor, and LGC. And you're talking about LGC, I want to see y'all at the meeting. Because I was in Carver, in Princeville, when they took over Princeville, it was ugly. And me and Andre went to when they vote on the fire station. So I want to see y'all at the LGC meeting too. I have attended the meetings and heard the task given to the city manager, and I trust he would do, or he will present what will be best for the entire city day-to-day operation. LGC said the council must make some tough decisions, so you can either continue down the path of Keith Rogers or follow the current staff recommendation. Now, just imagine, if you had been attending the meetings, all y'all, when Keith Rogers was here, the city videos, my videos, the minutes of the council don't lie. No, I don't live in Rocky Mount for all that got so much to say, but I've been coming to the meeting longer than you have. Fighting for the people. I got family friends here and enemies. One thing I learned a long time ago, you can't pick and choose who benefit, but some of y'all have benefited from some of the talk. I'm a life member of the NAACP and other things, I don't have to go into that. But if you had been down here, we wouldn't be in this situation. I say we, because I've been working in Rocky Mount for 39 years. I know the story. And for anybody else, don't come to me with no foolishness about what's going on in Rocky Mount, because I ain't at the table, but I'm around the table, and I record. That's why I record me so I can play it back. So don't come to me with no foolishness.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Cheyenne Shadhart. Did I get that right? Or anywhere close? Shion. Hadley Deans. I'd like to invite Hadley Deans. Sorry. Hadley Deans. No. Nathlin Ari.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, and everyone present. My name is Nathlin O'Ree. I want to thank the city councilman for reaching out to the community meetings and responding to my communication attempts, trying to understand what's going on. However, I'm still concerned that I have not received reimbursement for double billing in December. That demonstrates poor customer service. If I get a overcharge on my credit card, I can call in and they will credit the overcharges to my credit card. And it seems like that one simple mistake seems to be overlooked continually, as well as other things merging when other people call me because they are receiving, unreasonable bills. In the old times, when the ship was sinking, the captain of the sinking ship would save everybody else, and then he would go down with the ship. What are you all doing? Are y'all sinking the customers and leaving the high-paid personnel in place? Or are there some sacrifices that the high-paid people can make? Rather than quitting and run to another city, could it just reduce their salaries just a little bit to help us citizens out? On my street, I have senior citizens, 81-year-old folk, struggling to manage their homes, their utilities, their taxes, groceries. I declare the grocery store plays that good music and takes half of my check. Yes, some sacrifices must be made in order to survive. Please, why do not cancel the Christmas parade? That's for the children. I mean, I think most of the participants pay a fee. And the high schoolers enjoy marching. And I like looking at them, even if it's on TV. Please do not cancel the Christmas parade. I mean, let the people, who want to participate pay for it, but let there be a Christmas parade in Rocky Mount, please. That's enough. Good night.
Ms. Darlene Smith.
Good evening. My name is Darlene Spencer-Harris. I'll come before you this evening about this situation we have with our city. We all are aware that we have to make some reductions, a lot of reductions. But certain departments play a vital role within the citizens, such as community development, human relations. Community development provides residents with the opportunity to help repair their homes or this and that, different things that they do, but they work closely with the community. Community relations, on the other hand, also helps the residents, especially if they have a landlord-tenant problem. There's so many roles that both of those departments play that the cuts should not be taking place there. Human relations has already been hit when they released an employee the first time, did the cuts. That employee that was released provided us neighborhood presidents and community activists with vital training and skills to help us go out into the community and speak and help the people. Another thing that was on the table that's, I guess not on the table now, was the Imperial Center. The Imperial Center is a nurturing environment, especially for our children. It gives them hands-on experience to things that they wouldn't be able prevalent to had it not been there. Especially like Sunday afternoons, they could go there for free. That's an event that a parent might not can afford to take their kid on a normal basis. Another thing that I keep hearing of is the event center. Why in the world would you even consider shutting down the event center to lose even more money than we're already losing? That stops revenue completely. So that should not be an option either. I bring these ideas to you, hoping that you would take them into consideration. At the end of the day, you guys have to make the decision and you have to come together and be on one accord. No, I don't want to see a utility increase. I pay enough utilities. Everybody pays enough. But if you follow the presentation that Bradley put in front of you, if we hadn't been having increases the whole time, when everybody else was increasing, we wouldn't have to raise it so drastically now. Because it just kept climbing slowly. And again, according to Bradley's chart, we're at the top of the list. We pay more than some of the other people.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to invite J.W. Spencer to the podium.
Take the mic to him.
Yes. Mr. Spencer, we'll bring it to you if you like. We'll make every attempt.
Okay, my name is J.W. Spencer. And I'm here because this thing, I can't keep paying these light bills. Because they keep going up, you know, and I don't know what's happening this time with the city, because every time I turn around, the bill goes up. So what I'm thinking is that, if the city keep going up like this, I understand, I don't have to move. I have to get rid of my seven houses in the neighborhood, because, I can't keep on doing this. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. I'd like to invite James Reichman to the podium. Rickman. No. I'd like to invite Rachel Battle to the podium.
Yes, here. Good afternoon, Councilman. Meeting you, Senator on. You could get here. Good to see everybody.
Praise the Lord. My name is Rachel Batter. And I have some concern, and first of all, it seems that the city council group need to do more brainstorming before you have your regular meeting. And think outside the box. You have to think beyond this building. You have to think beyond this white building. You have to think years ahead. If you don't know what to think outside the box, when you go in your house, you got to think beyond your house. What's out there? What can I do to improve it? Because we look for you to be our leaders and control the city of where we live. But how do we get here? With no money. You've been in control for several years or months or whatever. You had no ideas that sooner or later we're gonna run out of money. And I heard the phrase or LGC. What does that mean? Local government commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm sure you have to report to them every so often. So nobody came up with any new ideas. Well, one thing you could think about, the council people, you could give back 10% of your salary, okay? And you can't say, well, we can't do that. What about the senior citizen that's living off a regular income? It's best to give back 10%, or you may say 25%, to keep the city running. If you love the city, you're trying to keep it running. And it's like, as I said, how we get here? Who is keeping the budget? Is nobody watching the person that's keeping the budget? That has to do with management. And I hate to say, it's poor management. If I'm the treasurer, you should have somebody look at my job to make sure that I'm in control, or if I'm overfunded, or if I'm paying too much, I go to my manager and explain to him something has to be done. You cannot keep putting the burden or expenses on poor people, on senior citizens. If you can't give back 10% of your salary, how are we supposed to look at our budget and we already eating the poorest food we can? How can we manage? How can we manage?
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Robertson, you have something to say?
Thank you so much for coming to speak, and I agree wholeheartedly with what you said, because I know it's a lot of senior citizens on fixed income that can't afford these increases. So I will ask everyone that want to increase it by 15% to reduce their pay by 15% as well. And right now, as a city council person, the first month, I think it was like $1,100. My paycheck now is $1,439 a month. I'll already give that back to have a grant writer to find money for the homeless shelters and other ones. If we need to give that back, I can give that $1,439, and everybody else up here willing to vote to raise people utilities by 15%. I would ask them to give back. I don't know, they probably making more than my $1,439 a month, but they should give that back as well. So I'll be the first. I think Councilman Dodger said he would give it back to give that back and put it in a utility fund. And everybody else that wanna raise rates by 15%. The utilities has been doing that thing. They've been carrying this city for so long. And all we do is use them as our piggy bank. They're not operating in the red, they're operating in the black. They're operating in the red because we take money from them and we use it for inflated expenditures that we shouldn't be doing. So until we get that right, we shouldn't be raising rates. We should be growing our city. But it's easy not to grow your city when you can depend on utilities to just go and take money from them. So all this time, our city should have been growing. You look at our population, look at the census, see which way direction we've been going. So yeah, I'm down to give them my salary back, and the people that want to fight and don't want to change the time, 10 a.m. Let's hear what they have to say. Watch what people do, not what they say. It's action over words.
Thank you, Councilman Robertson. I'd like to invite Gary Moore to the podium.
I'm a totally different subject. I'm not, nothing to do with this. My name is Gary Moore. I am the Commandant of the Rocky Mountain Marine Corps League Veterans Group. If you don't know what that is, we're Marine Corps veterans and naval personnel who are in the Fleet Marine Force. I'm here today to represent the Edgecombe County and Nash County Joint Veterans Committee. We provide at the Jack Lawrence Park on Church Street, 10 months out of the year. We provide services for deceased veterans who served honorably to our country. We raise the flag for that veteran. Flag flies for 30 days. We then, the next month, bring it down. My group, the Marines, we're the honor guard. We have 2 M1 rifles, and then myself and another person fold the flag and present it to the families or the friends of the deceased veteran. Then we march around and we take it from the next veteran. We raise it up. We did it, but we don't normally do it on Memorial Day. Don't normally do it on Veterans Day for different services, but we did fold the flag this year because it was a Medal of Honor recipient from this city, and the mayor was there, and we did it. But we do this for every honorable service veteran. But we're not getting people. I know that just about everybody has a loved one who served honorably for this country, and we would really like every month to have someone to raise the flag for. So I'm coming here to represent the Joint Veterans Committee to ask, can you help us get that word out? Maybe you have a veteran that you would like to honor. On August, my father, and he wasn't from here, we're not from here. We moved here from Massachusetts. We raised it. My wife was there, my son was there, and my granddaughter was there. And I'm telling you, I got the honor to fold the flag and hand it to them, and I got to make a speech. But it was so moving to me because my father was my hero. He was a Marine. I had to be a Marine. And we can do what we're doing today because of all the people that came before us and fought. So if there's any way that you could help us, if there's anybody here who wants to have forms, I have forms with me. My name is Gary Moore. You can call me. Can I give the phone number?
Yes, absolutely.
503-4783. And we really need people, veterans that we want to honor. So if there's any way that you can help us get the word out, that's the only reason I'm here today.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Gary,
Yeah.
I guess does the veteran have to be deceased?
Yes, but we're doing it for deceased veterans. Now, you have to have honorable service. And you may not have a DD 214. We had someone who didn't have it, it was his brother, and they had buried in Ellington, so they used that proof. Any proof that you can give to us that they had honorable service, we will do it. And my granddaughter, 8 years old, loved it. When we went, because I'm a veteran, she goes to Rocky Mountain Academy. She got to ride with me. They played the same song that we marched around with. And she said, Grandpa, that's the song when you and your friends were marching around. So that's a good thing for kids too. But I also invite anyone here, come in and watch. There's very few people that come and see it.
So,
And I think it's a pretty nice ceremony. We're not young people. We're not young. We're old veterans and we do the best we can. But I think we do pretty well.
I appreciate what you do. I also ask that because I got a battle buddy who lost his life in Afghanistan. So if I reach out to his mom, I guess would you be able to do that for him? I just be able to connect those.
You
dots.
don't have to live here.
Okay.
But we're Edgecombe and aspect. If you are a veteran of the United States military and you served honorably, we would love to raise that flag. Bring it down, fold for, and while we're folding it, the master of ceremonies talks about what each of the 13 folds means. You've seen us do that, right?
That's right.
All right, I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Thank you for waiting for the 3 hours and 45 minutes. I would have given you top billing if I had not. All right, this time I'd like to invite Jackie King to the podium.
It's still now, it's
I understand.
Good evening, Mr. Manager, Mayor, and council members. As first stated, I am Jackie King, and I'm here on behalf
the Ballard community, and many other neighborhoods across our city. We recognize the financial crisis our city is facing. These are difficult decisions and we cannot take them lightly. But as discussions continue about reducing staff or cutting so-called non-essential departments, I urge you to consider the critical role the Human Relations Department plays in our community. This department is often the first, and the report stated they've lost on that already. It's the first and sometimes the only support system for residents in crisis. It helps resolve issues in underserved neighborhoods. It advocates for families facing eviction. It supports landlords managing difficult situations while keeping people housed. It assists residents with disabilities in finding accessible housing. And it works directly with neighborhood associations to address community issues before they escalate. They work very closely with the neighborhood associations. It's like 21 of us that they work with different neighborhoods. So we would like, just think about it. For many individuals in our communities who are facing the greatest challenges, the Human Relations Department provides essential support that cannot be replaced. It offers a dependable source for help for those without other options. Without it, even if intentional, the burden falls most heavily of those already struggling. Today, I simply ask that you make these decisions. You remember the people who rely on this department every single day, often quietly, often in crisis, and often with nowhere else to turn. Thank you for your time and for considering the real human impact behind this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Kate Kirk to the podium. Okay. I'd like to invite Commissioner Gwen Wilkins.
Good afternoon. As the mayor said, my name is Gwen Wilkins. I am a citizen of Rocky Mount and a Nash County Commissioner representing District 6, which it resides in Rocky Mount. As such, I pay Rocky Mount property taxes and personal taxes. And yes, I pay Rocky Mount utilities. I did my best to remain silent and was hopeful our city leaders would do something to alleviate my frustration. They have not. And then to hear a councilman that was allowed to berate a fellow citizen a few meetings ago who voiced concern over the $47,000 owed the city of Rocky Mount by that councilman. It left me no choice. First, let me say this. I do not care how much time has passed or that the statute of limitations has run out for the city to come after that councilman. If a councilman did not pay $47,000 in utility payments, integrity should have told him to let the city take it out his monthly check. Integrity should have told him his ancestors did not slave, my ancestors did not slave in the hot sun 24/7, so he could use them as an excuse to get over the system and act like our city owed him. Now to the matter at hand. The residents of my district, of this city, simply cannot pay any more than what we are paying for our utilities and property tax, whether through home ownership or rental costs. The city of Rocky Mount leadership and staff must correct their past behavior and total lack of oversight on the expense side and find a way to do it by not increasing the already overburdened revenue side. Our seniors, our families, those already on assistance should not have to bail out the city because our city council displayed, in my opinion, a lack of due diligence over the years, from paying skyrocketed salaries to city managers who, again, in my opinion, lack the experience to warrant such a salary, to letting a former city manager run up expensive meals in restaurants on retreats, to having retreats out of town for years, some at the beach, some in the mountains, when they should have been held right here in this city to save money. But no, City council exercised no control over their own spending habits. Now, here we are. We have many programs, perks, and events that must be cut. We have facilities that must be temporarily closed until we are in a better place.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Marilyn Barnes El Selmy. Did I get that right?
No.
I'm sorry. You got Marilyn Barnes right.
Yeah. That's first one.
Would you pronounce it for me, second?
Yes, my name is Marilyn Barner and Selmy.
So,
Good evening now. I'm here to talk about the Imperial Summit. I'm blessed and fortunate that my plays have been performed at the Imperial Center numerous times. My artwork has been selected for their national juried art shows, and my furniture is currently on sale in the gift shop at the Imperial Center. Beyond the personal, I know how imperative the Imperial Center is to Rocky Mount, Eastern North Carolina, and indeed to the country. My plays have been performed in locations such as Chicago, New York City, Pittsburgh, Los Angeles, Detroit, Austin, to name a few. While these venues are spectacular, none has the unique blend of arts and sciences we have in our gem right here in Rocky Mount. Art is the beating heart and soul of any community, but to include science in this mix adds the stimulation of the brain, heart, soul, and head. This is what our Imperial Center has so generously added to our community for so many years. As soon as I heard that this council had removed the Imperial Center from the list of possible closures, and I also learned of the cancellation of youth art summer programs, I immediately reached out to the more than 40 local artists whose work is included at the Tar River Art Gallery at the Dunn Center at NC Westland University. In less than a day, we've had more than 20 local artists agree to offer summer art programs for children at the Imperial Center at no cost. We understand the need for our children to experience hands-on art programming, and we'll make that happen. Finally, arts and culture accounts for 4.4% of the entire nation's economy. That's $1.02 trillion. Globally, the U.S. is a major exporter of arts and cultural commodities. The arts are a proven economic accelerator that increase both arts and non-art jobs alike. They fuel equitable economic development and vitality at the national, state, and local levels, and increase a community's competitiveness to attract tourists and an innovative, creative economy workforce. Thank you for believing in the importance of the arts and sciences in our beloved city at our beloved Imperial Center.
thank you. I'd like to invite Scotty Griffith to the podium.
Let me get it out of my pocket. I'm lucky today. Well, I'm unlucky because I'm following Marilyn and Selmy. She and I are both here for the same purpose. I'm lucky today because you guys have chosen to take the Imperial Center off the chopping block. And thank you. And she said way more eloquently, but let me read what I've got. For as long as I can. My name is Damaris Scott Griffith. Most people here know me as Scotty Helm. If you've ever seen musicals at the Imperial Center, some of you may know me as Scuttle from The Little Mermaid, Inga from Young Frankenstein, or The Cat in the Hat from Seussical Musical. I could spend a lot of time on the history of the Imperial Center because my connection to it is generational. My grandmother and grandfather, my mother and uncle were all involved in the Tank Theater when it was established in the 1950s and 60s. You cannot hit the microphone, sir. And then I got started in the 90s, but in the interest of time, I will actually read my statement in reverse. I realized from listening to Marilyn's statement that I may be farther away from all this to give accurate information. But I would really like to propose that we bring back a sort of board of trustees that we used to have that can advocate for, plan, manage, and fundraise for all parts of the Imperial Center, including the education building, the theater, the art gallery, and the children's museum. While I do have concerns about the money being raised staying within the walls of the Imperial Center, I suspect that there are plenty of people, myself included, who would be happy to make this board of trustees happen, given the uproar the potential closing of the facility has inspired. I understand it needs a few renovations, but the Imperial Center is a fabulous facility that can be a source of income to sustain itself if you let it. We used to bring in traveling shows and musicians to the Playhouse before the Floyd flood in '99. We could certainly do that again. I wasn't familiar that we were still doing juried art shows, but all of that, like Marilyn said, brings more awareness to and visibility for our town and what we're doing here. I don't know, nor will I claim to know all of the details of why the city hasn't seen the importance of the Imperial Center in recent years, but I know that several theater directors have had to fight to keep the place going. They've had to fight to put on productions they deem important, and they've left over and over and over again because of beating their heads against the city hall wall that was too frustrating and too painful to keep fighting for something that City Hall didn't understand. But as for its impact, the theater, in my experience and lifetime alone, has been the breeding ground of many careers in music and performance. Our theater and its directors have sent kids to college at the Tisch School of the Arts at NYU, foster performers who can, yep.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Sonia Howard to the podium.
Good evening. I am Sonia Howard, and I would like to read a proposal for Juneteenth Festival 2026. Submitted to the City of Rocky Mount, prepared by Greater St. Stephen's Church. Church is located at 2108 Rose Avenue in Rocky Mount. Introduction: Greater St. Stephen's Church is honored to submit this proposal to partner with the City of Rocky Mount in hosting the Juneteenth Festival 2026. As a pillar in the community, we are committed to supporting initiatives that celebrate culture, unity, and progress, while also being mindful of community resources. Proposal overview: Greater St. Stephen's Church is pleased to offer its campus, located at 2108 Rosewood Avenue, as official host site for the 2026 Juneteenth Community Celebration. The location provides a welcoming and spacious environment suitable for a large-scale event that brings together families, local businesses, and community leaders. The festival will include a variety of food trucks offering diverse cuisine, live music and entertainment, celebrating cultural and community. Opportunities for the local vendors to participate and showcase their products and services, family-friendly activities, and community engagement experiences. Community impact and cost efficiency. During a recent city council discussion, concerns were raised regarding the financial impact of hosting large-scale community events, which can cost the city thousands of dollars. In response, Greater St. Stephen's Church is offering to host the Juneteenth Festival at no cost to the city. By utilizing the grounds and resources, we aim to significantly reduce or eliminate venue-related expenses, allowing the city to reallocate funds toward other community needs or enhancements for the event itself. Purpose and commitment: Juneteenth is a deeply significant holiday that commemorates freedom, resilience, and the ongoing journey toward equality. Greater St. Stephen's Church is committed to helping preserve celebrate this important day by providing a space where the community can gather in unity, joy, and reflection. Our goal is to partner with the City of Rocky Mount to ensure that Juneteenth 2026 is not only celebrated, but celebrated well with excellence, accessibility, and strong community involvement. In conclusion, Greater St. Stephen's Church stands ready to collaborate with the city to make the Juneteenth Festival 2026 a memorable and impactful event. We believe this partnership will not only reduce financial strain, but also strengthen community ties and honor the true spirit of Juneteenth. We welcome the opportunity to discuss this proposal further and assist in planning a successful celebration for our city. submitted by Greater St. Stephen's Church, 2108 Rosewood Avenue, Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Carolyn Slade is the pastor.
Thank you. All right, we are now adjourned.
Wow. Yes, that well, we all feel. It's always I thought it was like a power source. That right on the floor. How long is that power source like? But I tell you, I might have I know certain things in life. I'm trying to get about it. I got
Man, you all right?
How you doing?
Good. How that mean?
It's going good. It's going
I'll see you out there. We ain't talked to the minute, but talk to you, brother. I'll let praise the word, brother. Everybody I talk to. Come on. Oh. I said, you congratulate me on this. I'm ready to go running. Well, you can be terrible. All right.